Wow. All right. I have no right to complain. I'm sorry I even mentioned
It's
anything.
okay. It was genetics.
I think mine is too. It's getting there. My grandma was blind by the time she passed.
Oh, 4 minutes out.
Yep.
What? Okay. Let me turn this off.
You want me to take it or you want to sit on it?
Hang out.
No, it's because I have lots of alarms and going through it's going to hassle, so.
Okay.
Yep, I'm on my way. I would hang out in here.
And we're going live soon, so please, everybody, refrain from all, put your phones on silent. Do not yell while we in production. No.
Okay.
She talking to you? No, I'm not. Don't talk. Whisper.
Okay.
So that means I got 30 seconds to switch with Shireen for Kalora, and then get my happy ass on stage anyway. I mean, Claude's not busy, so if anything, he can score. Have they ever trusted Claude or Florida? A Cerrito come often.
I'm literally going to.
You got.
I just need to powder my face. I know I'm oily as fuck.
I don't even know what my lipstick look like, and I don't know where it's at, so this is gonna have to be.
We're just gonna wing it today.
You what?
We're gonna wing it. Jesus. We got this. Let's be confident.
You ain't got gum in? I do. Oh, you're asking. Okay, I thought you were asking. Yeah, I thought you were asking. Because you know I'm a dumbass. No.
That's why everyone's your friend. No, I'm just kidding. So is there a break at all? Like a longer break? Or are they all just...
Shows are 30 minutes.
Okay.
Shows are 30 minutes.
So this first block is going to be just me talking really and live shots and trivia? No interviews?
Me.
You?
20 minutes. 12:20 is my interview.
Oh, I thought you meant the interview's 20 minutes.
No.
I'm like...
12:20 is my interview.
Okay,
What did
cool.
you just say?
Trivia. He wants to do trivia.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. No. But yeah, kind of. But our interview gonna be funny. We just gonna laugh. I'm gonna tell her about being a student and how I cried at night. TC? Right here.
Oh. As we just watched, the students here get a heavy hands-on experience and are given the privilege of working with TV professionals here at Milwaukee PBS. It's time to share with you at home our first trivia question of the day. Television was first introduced to the general public at 1939 World's Fair in A, St. Louis, B, New York, C, Seattle, or D, Montreal. Tweet us your answers at LiveBlockPBS. We now go to our reporter, Maya Norman, who's out at Free Spirit Crystal. Okay.
All right, they're good.
Cool. Munzinga, Jesus. and welcome to Student Operations 2017. This is the live block, and I'm your host, TC Muzinga. The students of the television and video production program have taken over all operations of Milwaukee PBS to bring you today's content. They have prepared for this day for months. Over the next 8 hours, the content you'll be watching has all been produced by students at MATC. From now until 4 p.m., we'll be live from the studios of Milwaukee PBS, bringing you live music performances. We'll be cooking a paleo diet chef with a paleo diet chef. We'll be talking to our student producers about their shows and their experience in the program. We also want to get you at home involved with some television trivia questions. Throughout the show, we'll be asking you some television trivia, and if you think you know the answer, you can find us on Twitter with the handle @LiveBlocksPBS. We want to hear from you throughout the day, so reach out to us at LiveBlockPBS. Guys, we're all over the city. We have our reporter Maya Norman at a few locations throughout Milwaukee, and we'll be talking to her later in the show. She'll be talking with Diane from Free Spirit Crystals out in Butler, and later she'll also be hanging out at Sky Zone to tell us about all the entertainment options available at Sky Zone for the entire family. So stick around because our show is jam-packed and the students have been working so hard to bring you today's programming. Already this morning, we've seen some of the work of the television and video production students, and following our 4-hour live block, we're going to bring you more shows. We're streaming live on YouTube, so if maybe a family member isn't within our viewing area and they wish to tune in, please share our link, which you can find on our Twitter account and also on MilwaukeePBS.org under Student Productions. To kick things off, we want to show you some of the behind the scenes of the TV and video production program. Our producer, Fernando Mora, was able to talk to some of the students on why they joined the program, how they evolved as professionals, and some of the things they'll miss when they graduate. Let's take a look at the television and video production program right here at Milwaukee Area Technical College.
Choosing MATC TV and video production program was a pretty simple decision that I made. I was at a point where I knew that I had potential and I had some skills, but I didn't have the book smart knowledge that I felt that it would take to take my level up to the next point.
I was initially studying film at UWM, and I was there for a year and a half, and for like the total duration I was there, I just felt like I wasn't learning as much as I should or could be as a student.
I'd looked into welding, I'd looked into electrical, I'd looked into half a dozen other career fields, and I couldn't do any of them. Couldn't seriously do any of them for any long period of time. And TV was like, hey, this is awesome. I've always wanted to make movies. I've always had ideas. Oh, if I was a director, I would have done this. If I was a producer, I would have done this. All of a sudden, I could actually do what I wanted to do, and like, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life.
I was looking to learn the technical aspects, like doing camera, editing, do lighting, because I don't know how to do those stuff. What I was doing is like planning, conception of programs and on. But when I came here, I found out that it was really hard working on the technical aspects.
Milwaukee PBS, which used to be Milwaukee Public Television. It has ties to MATC somehow because it's also an educational program for the MATC students, and then Milwaukee PBS also have the benefit from programming and airing the students' production program here at MATC.
MATC and PBS go hand in hand. They share space, they use the same equipment. A lot of the instructors that work here also work directly with Milwaukee PBS. Some of the people that I've learned the most from are not instructors, they are Milwaukee PBS staff. So they are two sides of the same coin.
Without like Milwaukee PBS, we really wouldn't get as hands-on learning experience as we do now, because without those programs, like we wouldn't be able to work with the studio cameras. We wouldn't get to have like the actual live sense of actual production. So I think MATC working with Milwaukee PBS is extremely helpful for students.
Not just for the community in which the station broadcasts and reaches with its programming, but for the student body that attends Milwaukee Area Technical College because of the close proximity between the two, just even in location, with it being inside of the building, the communications building of MATC. It's like an extra playground to play in and just learn and experiment.
So when you first get here as a first year and you haven't seen anything, you're surprised by so much, and after a while you realize how much stuff is in here and the accessibility you have. We have 2 huge studios where live shows go on. You get the opportunity to direct, to produce.
We have like an edit lab where we can edit our stuff. We have studios where we can film what we need to film. We are allowed to take out equipment when we need to. We don't just have to like get our own equipment. It's given to us throughout the semester. We're giving like lighting kits, audio kits, just a bunch of stuff. We get a lot of utilities to use for this program.
I think it's just awesome because we have all this space. We have a whole editing lab. We have PC lab. We have a Mac lab. That is just wonderful. We have all the studio to ourselves, like bringing our guests here. Doing our project is really, really kind of comfortable because when you see all what we have around here, I think I'm thankful for that.
The instructors here, it's just like, it's as if they're family, you know, they're extremely helpful. Even like during hours that they're not scheduled to be here, if I needed to like call or text any of them for help editing or, you know, on a shoot, I know any of them will be willing to help me.
They will do one-on-one with you. They won't try to, if they're busy, they will come and find you when they're ready. They won't leave you. They really want you to pass. They try hard. Their main focus is their students.
The entire time you'll be learning concepts as you do field work. You'll get the experience that you need while still learning the theory that you should have. A lot of colleges only teach you theory. MATC teaches you how to do.
Most of them, they put the student first. You know, they want the student to succeed. They want the student to get the understanding of the basic knowledge, education that is provided for them at a technical college such as MATC here.
One of the many things that I'll probably miss is the rest of the students. You know, developing relationships with you know, some of the classmates, going on shoots and things like that. That was fun.
It makes me sad thinking that I'm not gonna see some of them every day. Like Madi, you know, she's happy, like she just like has like the most energy and like is so like caring to like everyone, and like Glenn and Kevin too, you know, like everyone. I think that's the saddest thing. Definitely gonna miss them.
I think I'm gonna miss this space, especially I have the access to talk to real producers, editors and all. Yeah, I think I'm gonna miss this place.
I had no idea what I was really getting into, and after going here and being a second year now, I've learned so much that I didn't even know that was going to happen.
For the new students just starting out, I would just advise just to don't be afraid to get in, ask questions. No question is a dumb question. It's only dumb for you not to ask a question.
As we just watched, the students here get a heavy hands-on experience and are given the privilege of working with TV professionals here at Milwaukee PBS. It's time to share with you at home our first trivia question of the day. Television was first introduced to the general public at the 1939 World's Fair in A, St. Louis, B, New York, C, Seattle, or D, Montreal. Shoot us your answers at LiveBlock PBS. We now go to our reporter, Maya Norman, who's out at Free Spirit Crystals in Butler. Maya, what do you have for us out at Free Spirits Crystals?
Coming back to 3. Stand by.
All righty. Looks like we have some technical difficulties with Maya. So we'll get back to the next segment of the show, of our live block show. So it's time to share with you at home our first trivia question of the day. Once again, we'll go back to the trivia question. Television was first introduced to the general public at the 1939 World's Fair in A, St. Louis, B, New York, C, Seattle, or D, Montreal. We're going to give you guys a second chance here. So tweet us your answers at LiveBlockPBS.
Wow.
Letters to Santa is a show we do in class 110, and it's probably the first show we actually do as students. And we get into groups and we do 5 episodes for the span of the week right before Christmas. And we separate into groups and we do like 3 segments for each group.
Are you all ready? Yay! Great! Oh, I wonder if Santa has his phone with him in his sleigh.
Letters to Santa is an opportunity for you to create a kids show. Kids are obsessed with Santa and Christmas and presents. So just actually being able to put a smile on kids' face and create an environment for them to see their hero or their dream come true, it's a good feeling.
Everything is student produced, so you get the hands-on of everything. First time to put a whole show together, and it's really cool by the end.
Had a team of producers, and we all went out into the field. We shot footage of specific, packaged material, content that was all relevant to one theme of the show, which was technology and Santa being, accommodated to this new technology and getting used to it. So with that in mind, we all went out, we went to the drawing board, we came up with some ideas of, what can we produce that relates that in Christmas and Santa.
Emoji and smartphone sugar cookies. Isn't that cool? Santa Claus needs to learn what those things are. So we're gonna show him. And it's really fun and really easy. Are you excited? Me too. Let's get started.
studio. Then in studio, which is live, we have roughly like around like 10 to up to 20 kids read their letters to Santa.
Barbie, horse, and cowgirl, new coloring stuff, puppy surprise, and aqua beads. Love Aubrey. That sounds wonderful, Aubrey.
Yeah.
Very good.
So tell us about.
With the kids, it was fun. I was a kid wrangler, so I got to bring the kids up and make them happy. It was just my favorite part. It was pretty hectic at first, but then once we got into it, it was just something like that we always have done, working in the studio. We made the set. It was so much, man. We got the kids together. We had to set up Santa. We had to write the scripts, and it was a hectic day, but at the end of the day, I think what we did turned out well.
I ended up being a director of one of the letters to Santa, and for the other letters to Santa, pretty much I get moved around from camera to the other program. If you're a director, you have to be prepared for the director, put the roll and reel together. You're a producer, you're responsible to create the script, or just to make the contact for all your talent, or make sure that everybody on crew do what they're supposed to be doing.
How they reacted, that was a good feeling, because then you knew that all the work that you put into it was effective, which was having the kids be happy about seeing Santa. And the particular age group of the kids that were on the show that I produced, that was that age that was, they're young, you don't know what's going to happen, but it was a pretty good response. So.
My favorite memory from Letters to Santa was the last episode. You could just see the kids were getting out of hand. It was the largest episode with kids-wise, so you could just see them kind of getting antsy, and they're all moving around, and we just thought it was so funny. By the end, everyone had a really good laugh about it.
Ooh, look at that! What a beautiful dance! Look at your twirling. Oh, I love it! You look so wonderful on stage like this. Beautiful! Wonderful job. Now let's clap your hands and let's go sit down. Good job.
I think it's pretty amazing for us students to be a part of a production that's been going on for 30 years. It's a one-in-a-lifetime experience. I wish I could go back to it just to go over and see how it would go again if you were to do it for a second time. It's really an amazing experience.
I sure hope those letters made it to the North Pole on time, and I hope Santa comes back for the next holiday season. Like I shared earlier in the show, today is being run completely by the students of television and video production. There are many moving parts to the television station, and many people work hard to be on the air every single day. We challenged our students with getting a sense of how to run the station, so for today only, we have a new general manager, a promotion director, a production director, a traffic manager, a program manager, and a production supervisor. Right now, we are joined by Autumn Nash, who was picked by her classmates to run the entire operation as general manager. How are you?
I'm good.
Alrighty, so why don't you tell us a little about yourself?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me.
Of course.
Secondly, I'm really excited to do this production today. This has been a roller coaster that I could never have prepared myself for, and I enjoyed it so much. A lot of crying nights.
Oh, no.
That's student life.
Oh,
That's
sure.
student life.
Yeah.
It's TV. It's live. It's unpredictable. It's heart pumping. It's beautiful. It's if you don't feel alive, join the television production program. I promise you, you'll get all the adrenaline you need.
So with all that stress, tell me, why did you choose TV? Is it because it's so fast-paced and you're just kind of quick on your feet all the time, or what is it that makes you want to be a part of TV and also here at MATC? What is it?
Well, my brother graduated from MATC, and he told me about a lot of the hidden programs, is what he called them, because this college has so much to offer, and a lot of people don't really know what it has to offer. They don't know the little hidden jewels. Like there's programs like you see them on a pamphlet and you just like, I don't know. I don't know what that means. I want to do this, but what program is that? Me, when I was 13 years old, I visited Channel 6, Fox News, and I fell in love with it. I love the cameras. I love the work. There was actually a production about to take place, and they were showing us little elements. I fell in love with it then, and I joined like a forensics team to learn how to speak in front of people, and I joined debate, and I was like, okay, maybe I want to be in front of the camera, and then I realized.
Well, there's lots today, so I hope you're prepared.
That's okay. I signed up for it.
Right,
so thank you, Fernando. I fell in love with it, but then I fell more in love with the behind the scenes. I love to write. I love storytelling. English is my favorite subject. Always got A's.
Look at you.
And I really, really wanted to be a part of something that was bigger than me. Like I wanted to see the things that I'd written down, the things that I had in my head. I wanted to see them on paper. I wanted to see them come to life. And I also do volunteer at my church home, and I work in the sound room there, and that helped progress me.
Skills and all that. Nice.
And I loved it there, and I'm like, okay, I probably should go legit with this. And somebody talked me into trying to go to ITT Tech, not a real school anymore.
Yeah. Shade. We got shade here. That's all right.
So I didn't go there, thank God, because my brother told me about the MATC program here, and he was like, they got a station there. Did you know Channel 10 was there? I said, no, I see it on the building, but I didn't know that we as students took care of it. I didn't know we as students produce things. I didn't know we as students work the actual shows that go forth on this station. We do Adelante, we do Black Nouveau, we did Interchange, we did I Remember, we did all the shows that happened, and the production behind it, and you get to work firsthand with the producers. You get to work firsthand with the directors. You get to work firsthand seeing what the editors have put together and the pieces and the elements. And it's just awesome. It's almost mind-blowing to see how much goes into a TV show. You think it's just shooting the camera? It's not.
I bet. I bet. I mean, I see you sometimes in the back, and I'm like, all right, But I mean, so we talked about you being a general manager and the behind the scenes. So why don't you tell me the most difficult aspect of running a station, I should say.
The most difficult aspect would have to be keeping people on task. You can try, but as general manager, where somebody drops the ball, you have to pick it up. Where somebody doesn't do exactly verbatim what the people higher up than you from the nation is going to do, you have to keep going. So you have to just stay ahead of the game. You have to stay on your toes. You have to stay in every conversation that's being had. You have to stay in every email that's being sent, in every aspect, even down to the CGs that go, the lower thirds. You have to be into everything to make sure that the production goes ahead.
You sound like you like being like the boss in a way. Like you like taking the lead. You like, look at you. Look at you. You don't want to be like too, it's fine, it's fine.
I mean, Oprah is my aspiration.
Absolutely.
And I love, Chandra Rhimes.
Yes.
I love those good role models, including I'm number 4 of 9 kids, so I'm used to being kind of bossy. I don't mean to be, but I kind of had to. So I'm the little big sister. So I mean that just helped me here. That's life skills. I put that on my resume.
Right. We got to link up later.
We do.
All right. Now we go to our reporter Maya Norman, who's out at Free Spirit Crystals in Butler. Maya, what do you have for us out at Free Spirit Crystals?
Okay. Thanks, Ticia. I'm Maya. I'm here with Diane Bloom. She's the owner of Free Spirit Crystals, and we're also here with Lisa. Thanks so much for joining me.
Oh, it's so good to be here today. Thank you.
Awesome. So you're going to be doing a crystal layout today on Lisa. Could you tell me more about that?
Yes, every stone that we have has a different energy.
Can you hear us?
Everything in the universe is comprised of energy.
Yeah, you were great. I'm just sitting here like, keep talking.
And the neutrons and all that happy stuff that I never learned in science class. But I do know that the entire universe is energy. Our body is an energetic being. Stones have energy. Everything vibrates at a different vibration depending upon how hard it is, the color that it is, the shape. So when we put a stone on someone, we're trying to align it to a specific chakra. Chakras just mean it's a wheel of light or energy center in the body. And in Eastern medicine, there's 7 basic chakras. So today we're going to concentrate on those 7 basic chakras and aligning the entire system to keep the body into more balance.
Okay, sounds good. Let's get started. Are you ready, Lisa?
I'm very ready.
Okay,
So I always start at the root chakra because the root chakra is about grounding. It's about stability and security. So when I put stones on the root chakra, it helps to bring the energy down a little bit. So I'm going to put some black tourmaline in between the legs. And black tourmaline I call the rotor-rooter of stones because it helps to go through the entire chakra system and align it. Then for the second chakra, this is the chakra right here. It's about our passion for life. It's our power center. So it's also about creativity. And carnelian, this lovely orange stone, which is also the color of the second chakra, is about bringing out and focusing on being more creative and passionate about our life.
And now, so you're placing these crystals on different chakras of Lisa's body. And is this just a general crystal healing method?
Yeah, it's to help to balance the entire system, to balance the chakras, because everything in our environment can skew our energy. Noises, pollution, different emotions that we have can keep us off balance. And so every stone has a different meaning. And so we put those stones on the body in order to help that body process what's going on and bring itself into alignment. So the third chakra is about our self-esteem. And a lot of our emotions and our fear sits in here. So I'm going to use a nice citrine cluster, nice and big, and put that facing down so that all the points of light go down into the chakra.
Is this something that anybody can do at home?
Oh, I can teach you this in 5 minutes. It's very, very easy. And all you have to do is feel. When I do classes, I tell people, take off your head. You're not going to need to think. You're going to need to feel. Because this is all energy, and you can feel energy. And you can feel if it's disrupted, or if it's a calm, or if there's any kind of vibratory, I call it mess in the chakra system. And so putting these on here helps to just soothe and calm and relax the people. The heart chakra, very important chakra, it's the middle of the chakra system. I'm going to put this nice piece of kunzite. Kunzite helps us to go to the place inside of us that helps us to love ourselves. Because if we can love ourselves, we can take that love out into the world. If we don't like ourselves so much, that's what we're going to project. So we want to project more of the love rather than, maybe I don't like myself so much. So I love to use kunzite on the heart. Then on the throat, we're going to put a stone called chrysocolla. This is a beautiful blue stone. This helps us to draw out, right there. This helps us to draw out our speech. It also helps with breathing, and it helps with inflammation in the throat. But I use chrysocolla when I first started doing this. I didn't like talking in front of people. Very shy.
Great. So we've got 2 more to go. Okay. So let's finish off the crystal.
The sixth chakra, or the third eye, we're going to put some sugilite. That's the purple stone. And on the crown, I'm going to put this lovely crystal pointing toward the head.
Perfect. So tell me about where you're located and how we can come and learn more.
At 4763 North 124th Street in beautiful downtown Butler, Wisconsin. And we're open from 11 to 6, Monday through Friday, 10 to 4 on Saturday. Come and join us.
Thank you so much for joining us. Back to you in the studio.
Now it's time to watch The Holistic Healing and More, produced by Angelica Rocha.
Other energy-based healing methods have been around for centuries. Many people, from Native Americans, pagans, to modern society, not only use earth-grown things to heal someone's health, but their spirit as well. On this episode of Holistic Healing and More, we visit local metaphysical stores where we learn the benefits of crystals, a brief history on tarot, and more. Right here, coming up next. The store owner of Ascended Gifts offers a variety of classes. Let's visit Sorrel as she talks about candles and smudging and the benefits they have on healing one's chakra and energy.
We provide all kinds of different kind of classes. We have a drumming circle where everybody gets together. They can bring their own drums, but we also provide extra drums in case they don't have any, and shakers, so forth like that. More like unifying gathering. We also provide discounted reading services. I conduct a spirit fair here at the shop every month between 1 and 6 p.m. Where you get the discount readings, so forth like that for people that just like to try it out. 15 minutes for only $20, so forth like that, their choice. Crystal classes, Reiki classes, chakra classes. There are chakra candles, chakra candle kits that one can use to meditate upon and or work on their own chakra. I do also, I've done the intro to smudging, cleansing, and blessing classes here. I've done those a few times here, real popular, where I teach them the correct way to do smudgings for their own home or their own Reiki rooms or energy, for their businesses, forth like that, to get rid of stagnant or lower energies. Is not just Native American, actually, goes back probably over 3,000 years. Churches also do the smudging with the, with the incense, with their censer and so forth. Yep. So, yeah, there's all kinds of information out there that you can look up as far as the history of smudging. What made me open the store was, I guess, so I could reach and help more people. And a lot of my clients that I would do readings for kept asking me, well, when are you gonna open up your own store, Sorrel? And my husband one day just looked at me, we were sitting on the couch watching TV one night out of the blue and said, well, we're not getting any younger. If you're gonna do it, do it. And I said, as long as I have your blessing. So here I am.
If interested in visiting Ascended Gifts, feel free to check out the store's Facebook page or website at www.ascendedgifts.com. Local palm reader George Sand has been a palmist for over 41 years. Palmistry is dated all the way back to the 1st century and still is found in numerous cultures all over the world. Though there are many skeptics to this practice, it is undeniable that there are particular markings that come and go through the changes of their life.
Palm reading covers a lot of areas of your life. It differs from tarot because tarot only covers a short period of life. It's good if you have a question for right now or up to a year, but palm reading covers your whole life in general. It covers health, jobs, money, romances, all kinds of things. Everybody has a lifeline, a heartline, and a headline. Those are 3 major lines, and most people have a fate line. That's usually in the middle of somebody's hand. Those 4 lines are probably the major lines. They can change as far as the length. They can become longer, or they can become shorter, or things. You'll develop markings that weren't in there before. That can be squares, or triangles, or circles, or stars. Things can occur that weren't there before. Okay, and they can be good or bad. They're not always good, and they're not always bad. Usually if lines are going upward, that's good. If lines are going downward, that's not so good. But as far as how many lines people have in their hand, a lot of people think only old people have a lot of lines in their hands. I've looked at a lot of hands that young people can have a lot of lines too. So that doesn't mean that much. It means that if you do have a lot of lines in your hand, you got a lot of worries and nervous energy and things like that. But it doesn't have anything to do with age. Stars are rare. They're usually very good. That means you can attract people, and people want to get to know you and see you, and so on and so forth. Squares are also good markings. They're protective. If you see squares to me, hands are kind of protected from things, so that's a good thing to have. Crosses can be good or bad. Like if you have a cross under your Jupiter finger or the first finger, it means usually a good marriage, something like that. But if it's under the Saturn finger, the second finger, it can mean bad things. It can mean serious accidents, or it can mean that you will have a hard time controlling your life no matter what you do. It has a more negative connotation depending on what it is. Crosses can be good or bad. If you're right-handed, the right hand is the now hand. The left hand is past potential. It's the opposite if you're left-handed. So there's differences, You can see if somebody has changed in their life, or if you compare them, or what changes there are. They do show up in your hand. So the right hand is more going to be about now, though, than the left hand things that might happen if you're right-handed. I started reading books on my own. It was more of a hobby. I would just read books, but that took me about 2 or 3 years, but I would take notes on them. And one day I was at a psychic fair and they didn't have palm reader, and so I volunteered to do it, and that's how I started. It wasn't planned like I was going to make money or be a professional or anything. When you're younger, though, your mind and emotions used to fight each other.
You could contact George at 414-595-1047 or check him out at the House of Magic every Saturday, located just off of Packard in Cudahy. For our last stop, we visit Free Spirit Crystals, which is located right here in Butler, Wisconsin. In 1992, the store owner Diane had a wide awakening on why she should open the store. But before we meet with her, we meet with the store manager as she talks to us about tarot.
You know, I was at a tricky place in my life. I had gone back to school for a little bit, and I met a woman who I got along with that was taking the same class that I was taking, and it was a psych class at the time. And she suggested somewhere during the class that everybody go out on the last night of class. And when that happened, it's like she walked down the hall and nobody was interested. And so I followed her and said, you know, did you want to go out? And she said, well, nobody wants to go. And I said, I do. You know, just because we seem to get along. And that, I mean, just that evening, our conversation turned out to be like her opening the doorway of tarot and astrology. It wasn't that I didn't know about it, but I kind of didn't know how to find out more about it. And so she became my first teacher. She taught me what she knew about it, and then suggested that I take a class from the person that taught her. And it really helped me with my life, because it helped me to like objectively understand what was going on, and objectively understand a little bit more about myself. And additionally, the tarot can give you guidance, which I find to be most important. You know, it's like regardless of the fact that things are a particular way, there is a really good thing that you should do that will help you, and then there's some other like not so great things that you probably shouldn't do. And the tarot can really very accurately advise you of that. Some of what goes on with tarot and astrology both, you know, they're basically sets of symbols that have been handed down for, in the case of the tarot, hundreds of years. Tarot is different from like an angel deck, because the angel decks and some of those others are oracles, which means they can have any number of cards and they may or may not have like an organized system to them. The tarot has a specific number of cards, 78. It has a specific system. So 22 of those cards are known as major cards or major arcana. And those cards, each and every one of them, are absolutely different from any other card in the deck. And people refer to those cards as the hero's journey or the fool's path, and it's analogous to our journey through life, basically, in terms of beginning and meeting challenges and knowing ourselves and completing a cycle. And so it can refer to like an entire lifetime, or it can refer to your time in school and how that's a complete cycle. And so you won't find that with oracle decks, but that has to be in a tarot deck. And then the other cards are connected to the playing deck that we know today, with the exception that there's an extra face card in each suit. So that's the difference between those. And then as far as the rider deck was developed at the turn of the century. And still persists because it has accurately depicted the archetypes and the symbols. And so even though there are many, many different kinds of tarot decks, most, not all, but most of them are based on the symbology of the rider deck. There is numerology in the tarot, yes, absolutely. A lot of it, actually, because almost all the cards are numbered. The High Priestess is a keeper of secrets, but she's also a keeper of sacred wisdom. And so I think that's why the Torah is there, because it's a sacred book, it's scripture. And any kind of scripture is not always readily understandable. You have to study it. And so for that reason, the High Priestess is actually a spiritual study card. And so she is a lot of things. She is the feminine principle, so she's everyone's feminine side. And she's very well kept to herself. So she's someone who is very self-reliant and is not, she's an introvert. She's definitely not an extrovert. What I found with the High Priestess is that when she symbolizes a particular person, that's not somebody who is going to be out telling people about who they are and what they do. You have to get to know this person. You have to approach them. And because I think they spend so much time by themselves in study, they've accumulated a great deal of knowledge, which is why she's the High Priestess that people come to ask questions. I think that she's the patron saint of the tarot. I think she embodies the tarot. And for that reason, she always seems mysterious, I think.
Well, in 1990, I decided to quit my job. I was working in corporate food service, and I just couldn't do corporate work anymore. It was stifling me. It was actually felt like I was being choked to be in that kind of an environment. And so I decided just to quit. But I didn't know what else I was going to do, so I decided to take a year off. The day that I quit, I was pitching in a softball game, and I got hit in the face with a line drive. I got knocked out, I fell on my shoulder and injured my shoulder. And for a whole year, I went on an odyssey to try to heal my shoulder, with no success in allopathic medicine. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't move my arm. It felt like I was being stabbed every time I moved my arm, so I couldn't work, I couldn't play, I couldn't do anything. So I just kind of went inside for a year, which wasn't what I had planned at all. I was going to travel and see the world, and all of a sudden, that wasn't in the plans. So after a year, the doctor said, I don't know what else to do for you. We can operate on your shoulder. That might work. So I said, okay, fine, because I didn't know any other model besides allopathic medicine. So they did an operation in June of 1991. It didn't work. 6 weeks later, I went back to see the doctor, and he said, well, we'll give you another cortisone shot, which I'd already had 2, and I said no. But I didn't know what else I was going to do, because they couldn't help me anymore. So I called a friend who said, I know somebody that does crystal healing work and energy work. Why don't you go see her? And I thought, that's really weird. Why would I want to do that? I just went through all this, the best medicine I could get. It didn't work. What makes you think a couple of rocks and some energy work is going to work? And she said, well, what's your plan? And I didn't have one. I didn't know what else to do. So I went to see this lovely woman. And she worked on me for 5 weeks. We used crystals and stones. We did meditation. She put her hands on me. All kinds of things started coming up. And in 5 weeks, my arm was healed. And I thought, oh my gosh, I need to know this stuff. I need to know why this worked. And so I just got so intrigued with how all of this worked, and allopathic medicine couldn't help me, but some rocks did. And it certainly opened my eyes to a whole nother world that I had no idea existed. So I just immersed myself in reading about energy healing, and I loved it. So quartz crystals, these are like, if I couldn't have any other stone, I'd have quartz, because they do more than any other stone, I think. Using 2 quartz wands makes a circuit around your body and helps the body come back to its natural alignment, to its natural health. Crystals are electronic. They use these in all electronics. They're used in computers, they're used in watches and clocks and television sets. you can have something electronic. They use silicon oxide, which is the makeup of quartz. It's called piezoelectric energy. And it's a proven fact that quartz crystals can heal. So, very, very important stone to use if you're going to do this kind of work. And I can teach you it in 5 minutes. It's that easy to do. Another stone that I like to use is malachite. Malachite is a soft stone, and even though it feels really hard, there's different soft and hardnesses to stones. It's called the Mohs scale. And the softer stones help to draw out the energy. So let's say you have arthritis or even some carpal tunnel in your wrist. What the malachite does is help to draw out the inflammation. It draws out heat from the body. So arthritis, bursitis, any kind of inflammation that you have in the body, malachite is fantastic. The other thing that it does is helps to draw out the emotions, because our emotions get stuck in our cells. And my own opinion, I can't prove this scientifically, but because of my own life and what I've experienced in teaching other people and doing energy work on other people, when our emotions get stuck in our cells, it changes the makeup of our cells and can skew them and cause dis-ease or disease. When we use these stones, it changes the structure of the cells. It draws out what we call negative energy and puts positivity in the cells. It also changes our mindset so that our thinking becomes different, which is really important if you want to heal. Another stone that I like to use is amethyst. Amethyst is a very calming stone. It helps to release old thought patterns, old addictions. It's called, actually they call it the alcoholic stone, because it helps you to understand the reason why you have the behavior. It's not just going to take it away from you. That would be way too easy. What it does is to help you say, okay, that's why I'm doing this behavior. That's why I'm drinking. That's why I'm overeating. That's why I gamble a lot. So you can break the habit. Great stone. Also opens up your intuition. And probably my favorite stone is citrine. I'm in love with citrine. Citrine is called the fear breaker. And a lot of our diseases are caused by the fear that we have. The fear, and we all have fear. We're human beings, we're going to have fear. But citrine says, you know, fear is an illusion. It's not real. You were taught that fear. And so, again, it's not just going to take something away from you. It's not just going to heal you automatically, although it can, and I've seen it happen. But what it does is it shifts your thoughts. It shifts the way you believe things. It helps you to break old patterns in your life and old habits in your life. Citrine's also called the manifesting stone, because the only thing really that prevents us from manifesting what we want is fear. There's a stone for everything. You name it, we have a stone for it, because there's a different energy for everything. So besides stones, we offer candles, oils, incense, cards, books, CDs, and compassion. Everybody that comes through that door, I totally fall in love with, because it takes courage to do this. It takes courage to change. It takes courage to shift your mind. And I so admire people who are willing to do that. And even if they go out saying, oh, that's just baloney, I don't care. They've been exposed. They came here for a reason. People come in here not knowing why they come in here, and they end up staying for years, because this is a home. And we've designed it to be a home for everyone to come and feel who they are. My motto is, the courage to live your own life is the greatest gift you can give to the world. And that's what we teach here, is how to live your life. Not the life everybody else wanted you to have, but the life you innately came in here to have. Who are you without everything else that you've been taught? That's healing. When you can get to that place inside yourself that said, oh, that's who I am. This is who I like. This is what I like. This is what I love. This is my passion. And this is my passion. I didn't know that 27 years ago. But I woke up. I had what I called my cosmic wake-up call. And it was the best thing that ever happened to me to get hit in the head with a softball. Even though softballs aren't soft, it was the greatest gift I could have gotten from the universe, is to get hit in the head. It woke me up, said, look around you. There's more to this than you know.
For more information on Free Spirit crystals, workshops, and products, you can check out their website at freespiritcrystals.com. Whether you're interested or hesitant about the topic of holistic healing and such things, each person and store featured is happy to help with any questions. That's all we have for today. Thank you for tuning in to Holistic Healing and More.
Welcome back to the live block. We just watched Holistic Healing and More, and now here in the studio to tell us more about the show is the very own producer of the show, Angelica Rocha. How are you?
Good. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. So tell me, what was your inspiration to create the show?
I mainly wanted to create the show because I feel there are like some alternative ways to medicine. Not that modern day medicine isn't like a thing, you know, but I feel like there's other things too, like for anxiety or for pain and such like that.
Sure.
And two of my aunts are like card readers, so I wanted to do it for them as well, just to show like the positive side of it.
Yeah.
Because most people, when they think of like metaphysical or like occult stores, they tie it to like Satanism or something, which is like totally not the case, okay? Like that. So yeah, I wanted to just show the positive side of it.
Sure.
Yeah.
So how did you find the show or the store?
The store, I found it. One of my cousins, he was working for like at a building that's literally right next to it. So when I was visiting him one day, I saw the store and I was like, oh, I'll go check this thing out.
Yeah.
And like literally the minute I walked in, I just felt like, I don't know, just felt this like positive energy. And I've been to like other stores before, and like some stores like are like hit or miss, you know, like some of them that like the owners are like crazy and like you just feel like kind of negative. But that store, I knew I would like it a lot. So I've been going there for a couple years now.
Okay, did you get anything done yourself at the store?
One of not Diane, but another teacher, she's done a layout to me before. And for like, I think it was like 15 or like 20 minutes. And I like felt like so relaxed, because I remember I went in that day like with my mind all over the place and like heavy anxiety. And afterwards, like I just like colored for like hours.
Aw, that's cute.
So it like really helped with what I was going through that day.
So what was the biggest struggle with producing the show?
The biggest struggle probably is finding stores who are willing to do it, because like I said, like a lot of them were afraid like that it would be featured as a negative image, which it totally wasn't. Like there was one store that I wanted to do on the south side that mainly has like religious based stuff, like but not just religious candles, but they have oils as well. And not many people know that I'm Catholic, and like we light candles like to saints to like whether we want to help us with something, even though that sounds crazy.
No,
but it's just like it brings positivity, you know, and like so do oils of saints do too. So I wanted to do that, but like I said, like she wasn't willing to, because she was afraid that it would look negative, which you can
understand. Yeah, that's understandable. So last question, I swear. How long did you work on the show?
I worked on the show for, I think it was
long hours. It sounds like.
I think it was a few days.
Wow.
Yeah, it took
I think I shot footage like for the show like a total of like 16 hours or something, and then editing I don't even know. I know I worked on a few days editing wise. Yeah.
Gosh, I don't know how you do it, but thank you for talking with me. Up next, we are going to watch part of another student production that will not be airing today, but is available in its entirety on our Milwaukee PBS YouTube account. Producer Fernando Mora took the task of exploring the difficult topic of immigration and how some students who were brought here as kids may struggle when it's time to go to college.
To add to the stress of DACA going away, students already struggle to attend higher education with the help of DACA. Deferred action only grants someone legal work status and protection from deportation, but doesn't grant any students access to federal financial aid. And in most states, like here in Wisconsin, students have to pay out-of-state tuition to attend college. For most, it's almost impossible to attend a four-year university and be expected to cover the cost out of pocket.
Absolutely not. You don't qualify for financial aid. You don't qualify for any government assistance and nothing like that.
Any student, regardless of status, has the same opportunity based on merit to be admitted into one of our universities. So the selection of students to be admitted is basically totally on merit, which shows that the students that actually are admitted are the best of the best, right? Especially here at UW-Madison, where 50% of the students that apply are not admitted, right? The problem occurs when the student all of a sudden is admitted and starts trying to go to school, and they determine that, well, you have to be a resident for tuition purposes, and you are not considered a resident for tuition purposes, so you're going to have to pay 3 times as much. And that's compounded by the problem that dreamers do not have access to either state or federal aid. So all they can do is try to find as many scholarships as possible, work as hard as possible, try to save, try to find a way in which they can supplement or support the tuition, the outrageous tuition that they're being forced to pay, considering that they are actually residents. They have paid for years taxes themselves. Their parents have contributed with taxes and labor and everything for years. And yet, they are not considered resident students. They have graduated from our high schools. We have made enormous investments in them K through 12. And yet, we bar them from our universities, not because we don't admit them, but because when we admit them, we actually put barriers before them. It's a matter of saying, yeah, we want to help every student in this circumstance. How can we find other funds, other kind of sources of funds that we can use to support them? And I don't think it's that difficult for an institution as well recognized and as highly supported by like UW-Madison. We are able to get billions of dollars in support to do all kinds of things, research, sports, programs, you name it. We should be able to find the not very large amounts of money to help the few students that we have here that are in this circumstance.
But also for the institutions, this is a business. And by charging, once again, out-of-state students, international students more, quite frankly, that's one of the ways for the public institutions to balance the books. In Wisconsin, this is not unique to Wisconsin. There are universities across the country that engage in this sort of, once again, practice, and that have engaged in it in a much more aggressive manner than the university system here in Wisconsin.
Everybody wants the American dream. Me too.
Welcome back to the Student Operations 2017. I'm your host, TC Muzinga, and you're watching the Live Block. Thank you so much for joining us on this special day. The students of the television and video production program have taken over Milwaukee PBS for the day, and they've prepared many shows to bring you over 8 hours of programming. We'll be here live from the studios of Milwaukee PBS until 4 p.m., but the fun doesn't stop there. All day, the programming you'll be watching has all been produced by our students here at MATC. We are also live streaming on YouTube for those outside of our viewing area, so share the link to our live stream. You can find it on our Twitter account at LiveBlockPBS and also MilwaukeePBS.org under Student Operations. We're bringing you trivia questions throughout the show, and you can also share your answers with us once again via Twitter. So our third history of television trivia question is, what was invented in 1948 simultaneously in Oregon and Pennsylvania by television store owners looking to sell more TV sets? Your options are A, microwave, B, cable, C, public access, or D, broadband. Let us know what you think at LiveBlockPBS. Throughout the semester, the students of the TV and video production program also work on their own show called MATC Now. It's a show where students get the chance to produce and direct their own videos as they explore the many things around the campus of MATC and the many programs available here. We want to now show you some of those videos our students worked so hard to put together for MATC Now.
On March 28th of 2017, Milwaukee Area Technical College held a ceremony at the downtown campus in celebration of MATC's expanding auto programs. Tom Hervis, chairman of Old World Industries and the co-founder of the Al Hervis ADAMM Education Foundation, also known as the Automobile Dealers Association of Mega Milwaukee, announced a $3 million challenge grant for the expansion of MATC's automotive programs and kick off fundraising to create a new transportation center at the downtown campus. Hervis's grant is the largest private gift ever made in the history of MATC.
But what was great about Tom is he kept saying, you need to think bigger and bolder. We're like, wow, okay, that sounds like fun. I think we'll do that. So he really did help us to envision something much greater than what we had started with. And as he says so often, collaboration is really the key, and it's so important, and I couldn't agree more.
But not only is Tom a successful entrepreneur, he is a remarkable and compassionate community leader. He is truly committed to providing his time and resources so that people, especially those in the underserved population, have the skills and training necessary to get ahead in life. It is my great pleasure to introduce Tom Hervis.
So thank you, Dr. Martin, and thank you, Steve, for your kind words and your personal commitment to this collaboration. All the pieces of the puzzle are here in Milwaukee, and they fit. These pieces are collaborating very well. They are in this room, many of them are in this room, and I hope that they're having fun, and they're gonna have fun doing it. That was, by the way, is our slogan in the business, have fun, make money. And I don't think anybody just has disputed that in my few years I've been around.
It will immediately provide $1 million to the college and up to an additional $2 million for every dollar that the MATC Foundation raises for the project over the next 2 years. The Transportation Center will start its construction immediately in the auditorium that the ceremony was held. The new center will be named after Al Hervis, Tom's father, who inspired Tom into making a difference in the educational community.
Chaz and I were greatly influenced by my father, Al Hervis. He and I watched, listened, and learned from him. We were inspired by his business practices, entrepreneurial spirit, and most importantly, care for his employees.
This gift from Tom Hervis will not only benefit MATC and its students, but Milwaukee as a city, bringing more job opportunities and the start of a career for many men and women.
This is going to bring a lot of positive awareness to Milwaukee and everybody involved.
When you think of the medical field, you've heard of doctors, surgeons, and nurses. You know this because they directly influence your procedure or visit. But who helps them? Over the last 12 years, Mary Olszewski has instructed the surgical technology program at MATC.
When you talk to people right away, the first thing, it's like, okay, there's a surgeon, anesthesiologist, nurse. But what about us? We're the ones who are scrubbed right in there. You know, and it's about that patient. It's about saving lives, and it's the excitement. There's such adrenaline, and it's just really exciting to be in a case.
Learning to multitask is a must. You are responsible for the function of the upcoming procedure.
The surgical technologist plays a key role in every surgical procedure. We are part of the sterile team, and we scrub in side by side next to the surgeon to hand instruments and really anticipate every need that that surgeon requires. And we do it with precision and expertise to the point where that surgery has a very positive outcome.
A surgical tech can gain on-the-job experience to further their career.
Surgical assist is actually the next level after a surgical technologist. So we have the 2-year degree here. You get an associate's degree out of this. And once you've been working in the field for 2 to 3 years, usually you get trained on the job to be an assistant. The assistant is like the next step. So the assistant is the one that helps with suturing. They also help with tying, retracting, suctioning, cauterize. They actually are kind of like the second pair of hands for the surgeon. So it's really just a step up from surgical tech, but again, you get there through experience.
This field is booming with opportunity, and the need for more techs is at an all-time high.
There's such high demand right now. We're really kind of in a shortage for surgical techs. It's almost kind of scary. What's happening is the surgical assists are getting to that point of retiring. So now the surgical techs are moving up into that position, and now there's all these openings for surgical techs. So there really is a shortage. I am really trying to get students and get people involved in this, and again, make that awareness. What is a surgical tech? To get them in this really cool career so that we can get more out there.
Through the simulations demonstrated in labs, students gain hands-on preparation for their important role in everyday procedures.
MATC produces some of the best surgical techs out there, and the doctors will attest to that.
I hope this in-depth look into the commendable field of surgical technology has sparked an interest that you never knew you had. For more information, please visit www.matc.edu. This is Autumn Nash with MATC Now.
As we promised, we want to give you at home a behind-the-scenes look at how we're bringing you today's programming, and we want to show you around the station. Right now, we're going to go live to Autumn Nash. Autumn, where are you, and who do you have with you?
Anybody got a copy of the rundown over here? So, am I standing talking to you? Am I sitting?
No, you should be sitting. Okay. You guys gotta get closer together. It's kind of hard to get it on.
I'm sitting there?
Yeah.
What? We're gonna be friends.
So what am I going up to? Trivia? All right. Thank you, Autumn.
No, we're not. You're lying to me.
You were on. You were like section here.
Yeah, we saw it.
I can hear, but they didn't do it.
Hi.
Okay, here we are.
We're here.
Where we
Hi.
always are.
We are. We live here. We have beds built in underneath the editing stations. And thank you, Soshi, for joining us again today. We're excited to show you what we do here at the television production program. Soshi, you want to take it away?
I mean, sure, yeah. Like you said, we've been living here for the whole semester, I'd probably say. Just editing our lives away. What feels like 5 minutes here is more like 2 hours, what would you say?
Probably
Yeah.
a little bit more.
So here is a video that me and 2 other students worked on for our co-op, one of our co-ops. Really great opportunity. We worked with a nonprofit organization right here in Milwaukee. They offer a lot of alternative healing options for somebody just looking for something different. So it was a really good opportunity, and it was really fun. We got to work with some new cameras that we don't usually get to work with, and I learned a lot about editing. You know, just more beyond like those dissolves and cuts. So yeah, so here's a little bit of what we did. I think my favorite part of editing is just being able to take footage that not necessarily you shot and making a story out of it. I've had some bad stuff to work with, you know, partially my fault sometimes. But editing, it can really transform something bad, right? Like,
Into something good.
Yeah.
Take the best out of a worse situation. Put a story to it.
Exactly. So, also, sometimes you don't get the best footage, like we were just saying. It doesn't look the best, it doesn't sound the best, but you do what you can. You just color correct it, you fix the audio. I think that is one of my favorite things, is like, you don't just throw something away because it didn't come out the way you wanted it to.
Oh, no.
Right?
Oh, no. We got to make the best out of this because we have time crunches. We have deadlines. We still have whole jobs, and we're still students. So we're learning. So we learned that TV is not predictable.
Right.
And you make the best out of a very unpredictable situation.
Yes, yeah. So I think we've been learning about editing in like many of our classes. You know, engineering, we went through and we can bring up these waveform monitors that will basically put you in the range where you should be, because sometimes our eyes kind of play tricks on us. And I know, especially after being here all day, like 8 a.m. to until they kick us out, basically.
Still a business, it has to close.
Right, yeah. So my eyes have definitely played tricks on me, and you know, yeah. So it's cool to like walk away from something, and sometimes I feel like, oh, there's no way this is gonna look good, and then I come back, you know, after a snack, which I usually have, you know, like hot Cheetos.
We don't eat real food here. We don't have food.
We eat out of a vending machine. Yeah,
we
definitely. So yeah, I think so. Here, this is something that we color corrected. It came out pretty dark, even though we had lit the scene. And as you can see, like you can see her, you can distinguish her from this dark image behind her, which was nice because this was a really good interview that we shot, and we didn't want to completely drop it. So that made us hopeful.
Oh yeah.
Also, sometimes you are you're going from one song to another. You don't want it to sound like obvious. So we do what's called rubber banding, and it makes it smooth. It's a smooth transition, which is very helpful.
Everything that we do in editing, people don't understand how much work goes into it. You have to take your time, which is something that we don't have the essence of.
Yeah.
Or maybe we have too much essence of. Sorry, Kevin. And we really want to keep going with our editing, but we only have time for that deadline that we're supposed to meet, that time that we're supposed to have it done. And it may not happen sometimes, but
yeah. Well, I mean, I always tell people I could edit 4 hours, like all day, every day. I love it. It's just been great to learn about it. So,
the thing I love about it is when we shoot things and we can't get our story completely the way that we want it to, but we still make something beautiful out of it. We've been taught well enough, especially by our story writing teachers and our production of classes and everything, that you still can make a story out of nothing as long as you have B-roll. And B-roll would be the extra pieces to the element of the story next to the interview, next to the actual story of what we're doing here. And we take time with it. And you just put those pieces into there and you put some voice over under it, and music helps. Music really helps.
Yeah. So I think Ticia has something for us now.
Thank you, Autumn and Soshi, for that great tour of the Edit Lab, where students get to work on putting together their videos. Here in the studio, I'm joined now by alumni of the TV program. She has made a career for herself in television, working for stations like Telemundo, and she's currently hosts her own show on Azteca, Wisconsin, Channel 38, and is continuing her education at Alverno College. Joining us today in the studio is Mariela Godinez.
Yes.
All right. And then your last name?
Munoz.
All right.
Munoz.
All righty. Sorry, I always butcher it. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Why don't you tell us a little about yourself?
Yes, well, I'm Salvadorian, and I moved to the United States back in 1995.
Wow.
My first language is English, Spanish, I'm sorry, and my second language is English.
Okay.
And then I was always, hungry for more, and I decided to join MATC.
Okay. So when did you graduate from TV and production program?
I joined the production program back in 2002, and I graduated in 2005.
Oh, wow. All right. You're kind of like, you are an alumni here. You are a veteran
Yes.
here, huh? So how was your experience in the program?
I love it. I learned so much from my instructors, from Grant Riley, Kevin Pauls, Gary Wernet, John Quijo. I just love that training because you do not only learn what is happening in front of the camera, the most important is what is happening behind.
Oh, yeah.
All the people who are right now working to make sure this program is possible. And I love the production.
So maybe go into your professional background a little more.
Yes. I joined the television and video production family as an instructor back in 2007. I love it because I can share with my community and to tell them, hey, come on to this program. Television can be a career for you, and you can do a lot of things, not only in Wisconsin. You can move here in the nation and around the world, creating, beautiful production. At the same time, I became the anchor for Telemundo newscast.
Wow.
I did it for about almost 10 years. And then I decided to create my own company, Jaic Productions, LLC. And then I had the opportunity to become the host for Hoy Wisconsin Today.
Oh, wow.
For Azteca, Wisconsin, that also airs in Watertown TV in an English version. It's like a bilingual version.
Okay, is there anything new that you're doing today or anything that we don't know? Or
Yes, I'm in Alverno College, and then I earned a scholarship, and I'm one of the thankfully honorary students, and I'm also the face of Alverno because, they love that I'm a, Latino woman who is always moving forward to reach goals. And then they see my background in television, and now I'm doing, pursuing my master's degree.
Wow.
And, being a Latina ESL, going through a lot, because it's difficult. Sometimes you feel that, because you are, maybe you feel that you don't fit.
Sure.
But at the same time, when you have good instructors who are always giving you feedback, and then it's exciting to me that, I can have another degree in my life.
Absolutely. So what are your goals right now? I mean, you've already conquered a lot, but what are your ultimate goals?
My goals will be to become a news director.
Wow.
For a TV station, and then probably stay in Wisconsin or maybe move to a network outside, like Wisconsin.
Sure.
Because I've been here in Wisconsin so much, but I feel like I can be a news director for a TV station and take control and responsibility of what will, can go in the air or not. And I can do it in English or Spanish because I'm bilingual.
So if you could give a few advices to some of the students here, future generation, what would it be?
My advice will be to never give up. You can be successful no matter what color you are, what language you speak. Look at me. I'm a second language learner. I'm able and capable to do a lot of things. You can also do it. Never give up. That will be my advice. And to join the television and video production program, this is a successful program where you can learn everything in front and behind the cameras. If you want to be a good producer, come on, join us. If you want to work behind the cameras or in front of the cameras, join us, learn, experience by yourself.
Thank you so much for taking your time to be here.
Thank you.
Of course. All right, so let's check in with Autumn, who has moved to a new location at the station and has another student with her. Autumn, where are you now, and who are you with this time?
Hi, and welcome back. I'm Autumn Nash, and I'm here with Angelica Rocha. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me again.
And we're here coming to you from the Student Operations Live Block. We are reporting from our Whisper Room, where we do all of our voiceovers for our productions of student television. Angelica, would you like to share what we do here?
Yeah, so before I get into how to use the Whisper Room, I just want to say the importance of voiceover. So voiceover, like in all of our student production packages, like without voiceover, there really is no story. You know, you have to let whoever's watching it know, like leading up to it, you know? So you want to just do a brief like description of who you're interviewing or where it is, or like let's say like you're doing it on the health program here. You would want to say that. And so in our Whisper Room, we have a device over here that lets us like record on a flash drive, which is like super helpful because you could just like stick it in there and then put it on like any Avid computer out there. So it really is simple. There's just a power button, and then you once that starts, then you hit record, and it'll show you like what folder it's saving to. So you just have to remember that because it's super important. And then in here, you have to like the main control is like right here, and for that, you have to just make sure that's on. And usually, this room and this door is always locked, so you have to like bother someone from the equipment room, which is so annoying. But yeah. And so once this is on, you're able to like set the record levels from over there actually too. But if not, it's the microphone that's inside. It's really good at I guess balancing your audio levels, and if it sounds like if certain parts peak like after you record it, then you could also like fix that on Avid.
All right, so would you say you utilize the voiceover room many times for your projects?
Oh yeah, I've done it for like every production, whether it be like the student productions we do on a weekly basis to like my student workshop and ops. Like I said, without this, like I don't. Like, it would just, without this room, it would be a real hassle because then we would have to, like, where else would we record it, you know? We would have to, like, find a way to record it on a camera and have to, like, it would be such an inconvenience, yeah, to, like, have to check that out and just record for audio. So this room is, like, super important to all of us students.
Okay, would you like to give us a small tour of the room?
Okay, yeah, well, here, let's shut this off first. So, I know this looks like boring as ever, but just you hit one button, the on button, and ta-da. Look at how beautiful that is.
Oh, that's a nice color light scheme.
Yeah, let's test it out to see if you can hear me, okay? Okay. Because this is like super soundproof. Yeah.
Okay. And we're currently testing the Whisper Room here at Milwaukee Public Television for the student productions. I can hear you. No, it's not heavy duty. Mm-hmm. So if you're recording something in there, the mic wouldn't pick me up, correct?
No. Yeah, that's so yeah. that's how good it is.
And the soundproofing, that's with all the foam and everything in there?
Okay.
All right, well, we're going to go right back here to Ticia, back in the studio. Thanks for your time, Angelica.
Thank you for having me and giving you this wonderful demo.
Back to you, Ticia.
Thanks, Angelica and Autumn. We'll be checking in with you later again in the show. On the other side of town, our reporter, Maya Norman, should now be over at Sky Zone. Maya, what's going on at Sky Zone today?
Thanks, Ticia. I'm Maya, and I'm out here at Sky Zone talking with Zach, who's the operations manager. Thank you.
How's it going?
Awesome. Thanks so much for joining us. So tell me about your job here at Sky Zone.
So I'm the operations manager. I basically make sure that everything runs smooth. I do ordering, I do scheduling. I'm basically a Zach of all trades, so to speak.
That's awesome. Tell me about your favorite memory or best moment working on the job here.
Honestly, every day is a good day. If you can't have fun working with trampolines, where can you have fun working? That's the way I see it. Favorite memory though, I love our Warrior Wednesdays, watching the kids come do the Warrior course. Fastest time of the day gets a $10 gift card. Fastest times to date right now, I believe, is a 16-second run on the course, which is almost unheard of. But that's probably one of my favorite things to watch.
Cool. And I know you guys have some cool events and specials coming down the pike, like dodgeball and Friday blacklights, that kind of thing. Can you tell me more about it?
Actually coming up, it's going to be at our Orland Park location in Chicago. There's a UDC dodgeball tournament. It's, I believe, $75 for a team. It's 75 or 100, so don't quote me on that one. I'm not 100% sure. Get a team together, you can compete. It's going to be aired on ESPN, and then winner of our regional could actually go to Vegas to win $50K. So it's a good purse to win that. In regards to like the blacklight thing you were talking about, it's actually every Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday night. It's Glow Zone, Wednesday from 7 until 9, Friday and Saturday from 9 until 11. $20 a person on Wednesday, $25 on Friday and Saturday, and it does come with a Glow Zone t-shirt and a wristband.
Whoa, that sounds really fun. And so what do I expect from going to a Glow Zone event?
Basically what we do is we turn off all the lights, turn on black lights, we crank up the music, there's flashing lights, lasers. It's basically a party in Sky Zone while jumping on trampolines.
And do you have to be 18 or over to do the Glow Zone?
As long as you can walk, you can jump. I've had all ages, literally from 1 to 75 jumping, so there's no age limit, just as long as you can walk.
That is so cool. Tell me about tickets. So do I just show up and I can buy a ticket and I can walk in and jump?
Normally, yes. Weekends do get a little busy, so I recommend buying tickets online, skyzone.com/Milwaukee. Normal hour pricing is what I would recommend for a first-timer. It's $15.99 a person, plus $2.50 for Sky Socks, which are required. Once you have the socks, though, you get to keep them, bring them back, reuse them. Hour jump time $15.99, 90 minutes is $20.99, and 2 hours is $25.99.
Cool, and do you offer group discounts or special rates?
Our group pricing starts at 15 jumpers. It is, for an hour, I believe, $12 a person then. More jumpers you have, cheaper it gets. But we definitely do groups in here, we do birthday parties, you name it, we can do it for you.
That's awesome. And tell me about your location really fast.
We are right off of 94 and Highway F, right behind the old American building, which is now an indoor go-kart track. But we're right off 94. You can see us from the highway. Stop on in.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. And we're having a blast here at Sky Zone. Back to you, TC, on the studio.
Sure looks like the Sky Zone is a blast. I'll have to make it out there and try some dodgeball myself. In our show airing at 1:30, you'll be seeing other entertainment options that's in Please Remain Indoors by producer Matt Cox. But before we show you that program, we want to give you an early look at another show. The Southern Soul Assembly was in town a few weeks ago at the Pabst Theater, and they put on a great show. The entire concert will be airing later tonight here on Milwaukee PBS. To get a taste of what you can expect from the concert, let's now watch the Southern Soul Assembly perform Old Glory.
Is there such a thing as too much church?
What is the true meaning of church?
Should we faith less?
The way that religion is implemented is the problem.
The Bible tells us that in the last days there'll be a great falling away from the church.
Tune into Channel 36 at 8:30 p.m. on Saturday, May 13th, and decide if we should faith less, only on Milwaukee PBS.
Today, at 4 p.m., Milwaukee PBS.
At the Wisconsin Indoor Golf Center. See some tactical laser tag in action at iCombat. We will bounce sky high at Sky Zone. All that and much more here on Please Remain Indoors. Here in Wisconsin, the golf season is pretty short. Let's take a look at the Wisconsin Indoor Golf Center, where golfers are able to hit the links all year round.
What we offer here is indoor golf simulator play from beginners to the most experienced golfers from around the area. You can start off on the driving range, get warmed up, and then there's 23 to 50 different courses from North America. Some of the most popular ones like Pebble Beach, Doral, Torrey Pines, and so on. Started the business about 6 years ago. We were in Oconomowoc for 3 years until we moved to Waukesha, and we just finished our second season here in Waukesha.
Wisconsin Indoor Golf Center utilizes sophisticated hardware and software in their simulators. This ensures the golfer feels like they're playing a real round of golf.
We have 3 different types of simulators at our facility. Our most popular one at this point right now is the high definition. It's built from a company up in Ontario, Canada, and its sensors are 3 cameras, one directly above the golfer and then one in each corner of the screen. And those high-speed cameras pick up infrared lights that shine on the ball as it's being swung, so it actually gets the club path, it'll get the spin, the speed, the loft, to get your shot as accurate as possible. The high-definition software is based on pictures from photographers sent to each one of the courses, and they take hundreds of thousands of pictures from everywhere on the course. The E6 simulator is computer generated, so you can do flybys and you can fly with the ball while it's in the air. You can do 360-degree rotation from where you are. So it just gives you a little bit more technology on that end, but then you're also dealing with computer generated pictures instead of actual photos.
Rain or shine, old or young, anyone can give Wisconsin Golf Center a shot.
Anyone could come in. We have kids in here as young as 3 years old taking swings. There's also games you can play on here. A popular one for the kids is there's some dog houses, and if you hit inside the dog house, the dog will come running out and jump around. There's also another game where you can break windows out of buildings from 50 yards out. Something that kids that are younger can play.
Projectors and screens are not just used for golf. They will soon be used by gamers as well.
What we're going to introduce this summer is big screen video gaming, which includes Xbox, PlayStation, Wii, the old Nintendo games for retro. And what we're going to do is have tournaments and just besides the tournaments, just regular play to come in. You can rent the booth and play on a 12-foot wide screen there.
For more information, visit WisconsinIndoorGolfCenter.com. Next, we take a look at tactical laser tag at iCombat. It's like laser tag on steroids.
iCombat is a tactical laser tag company. We run laser tag that is not your traditional laser tag. We call it tactical because it's a little bit more big boyish, as we call it. It's more geared towards the adults, the 17 to 35-year-old first-person shooter video game kind of players. A little over 4 years ago, Rick Jensen, our president, was playing paintball with his son and ran out of paintballs at a shooting range, and thought, you know, I could spend another 20 bucks or 50 bucks for some more ammo, but didn't really like the concept, so he went back and created this laser tag gun that still pops off of CO2 and still has the adrenaline you get from shooting a paintball gun, but just shoots lasers, so it's minus the bruises and welts. And he created this and began selling it to other laser tag companies and entertainment industries as such. And after some time, decided that he would open up his own field and launched here in Waukesha almost 4 years ago.
iCombat gives you the feeling of military combat. From the field to the equipment, it all enhances the realistic experience.
All of our weapons here currently at Waukesha and our other fields are M4 rifles. They're replicas. They have the almost exact same weight. They all have customizable. Some are butt stock, some have red dots, some have iron sights, but they all weigh and feel and really give that same feeling. We think what sets ourselves apart is one, the equipment that I described. Is all of our weapons are very realistic. We also go all out in our sets. We have Hollywood movie theaters actually design our sets and create them based on the theme we have. For example, here in Waukesha, it's Battlefield Baghdad. We also have a unique scoring system that nobody else has unless they buy our software. That tracks your shooting accuracy, your kills, your kill-death ratio, headshots, and you level up throughout this just like you would do in a first-person shooter video game like Call of Duty or Halo. You level up, and you rank against everybody else in the world who uses our system.
There are over 20 objective-based games at iCombat. Each game requires a certain skill to win.
Everybody will always play Team Deathmatch. That's our classic. The very first game of every session is Team Deathmatch. That's just one team versus the other. Whoever kills the other team more wins. But we have several objective games. Many are capture the flag style themed games. We have one called Hell's Bells, where each team is racing to shoot a bell. It's a prop on the field. Every time you shoot it, it dings just like a real bell, and you gain a point for that, and the team with the most wins. We also have games that are elimination style, meaning you can only respawn a certain amount of times in the game. We have objective games that are accuracy based only, such as Sniper. One shot kills the other team at a time. Whichever team hits more shots, is more accurate, actually wins the game. So it doesn't matter anymore how many times you kill them, but who hits more accurately.
There is a certain age requirement to play. iCombat offers special games for those players who might be a little too young to play the full experience.
We actually require players to be 13 and up for our general public sessions. 12 and under, we have a special session called Cadet Sessions. Those are at noon every Sunday of the month. And it's a little bit different equipment. The 12 and under uses what we call the Barracuda. It's basically a renovated Tipman paintball gun, so it's much more lightweight. It doesn't run off CO2. It's all electronic. They won't wear vests and headbands like you would in the tactical gear. But that's the major difference, is the 13 and up get to use the M4s, the heavy gear. They're running around with only 13 and up age, whereas to the 12 and under cadet sessions are restricted to that 12 and under.
iCombat has exciting plans for the future as well.
We have both new weapons coming. We're changing away from those M4 rifles and going with what we're calling the SMG. It doesn't run off of CO2. It's a little bit more electronic, but it's going to be far more user-friendly, just as accurate, and opens up the doors for so much more equipment to come. We can evolve into shotguns, scout rifles, sniper rifles. It opens up a lot more for us to play with here at iCombat. We also have a new field opening up in Chicago, Schiller Park location. It's going to be Chicago West. It's going to be the world's biggest indoor laser tag facility, 2 fields. The larger field, Alcatraz, is actually going to be twice the size of our Waukesha and Madison fields. The smaller field is Shantytown, which is about the same size as what we're currently running.
With the lighting effects, the equipment, the scoring system, it all enhances the experience that's bringing customers back time and time again.
We have a very widespread veteran base. It's a very addictive game. So we like to see players coming back. It means that we're doing something right. It means that our scoring system is drawing them in and our equipment is as fun as we believe it to be. So we love the veterans just as much as the new time players.
For more information, visit waukesha.icombat.com. Our next stop is perfect for those looking to burn off some of that extra energy. Let's take a look inside Sky Zone.
Indoor trampoline park, as our corporate says, it's a wall-to-wall bouncing. You can literally bounce off the walls here. We have a bunch of different attractions when it comes to bouncing, everywhere from free jump to foam pit, sky slam. We have dodgeball. We have a bunch of new innovations, American Ninja Warrior course, a warped wall. We have jousting with the giant Q-tip things. We have one-on-one basketball and then a rock wall where you don't have to strap in, you can just fall right back into a foam pit. The very first park actually opened in Las Vegas, so it was an outdoor park. They just built a bunch of trampolines and people ended up paying to come and jump. The CEO, Jeff Platt, his dad saw that as a business opportunity and just kind of ran with it. So the first park opened in Vegas. Our home zone is in California. There's parks all over the country, all over the world. I know for a fact there's some in Saudi Arabia, Egypt. There's 3, I believe, in Wisconsin. They're all over the place.
When it comes to trampolines, there is always a high risk of injury. Sky Zone goes through maintenance every day to ensure that jumpers are always coming to a place that is safe and clean.
You know, we do get on occasion, the sprained ankle, stuff like that, but it's actually a lot safer than you would think. We do upkeep on our trampolines and mats and stuff daily, so we're always checking on stuff and keeping it up to date, as new as possible, but there's not as many injuries as you would think.
For those looking to burn up to 1,000 calories in a short period of time, Sky Zone offers a SkyFit class.
SkyFit class is basically an aerobics class on trampolines. So you do a lot of It's a full body workout. You do a lot of cardio with the jumping. They do incorporate weights and medicine balls into the class. Last time I took it, my arms were shaking. I was working so hard. The instructor is our general manager, and she, putting it nicely, kicks your butt, but you don't realize you're working that hard because it's fun while you do it. Warrior Wednesday, we actually just started it 2 weeks ago. On top of our Warrior course, we have 2 TVs with timers. We have buttons at the start and at the finish. And basically what we do is when you start, fill out your name, birthday, hit the button, the timer starts. When you get to the end, you hit the stop button, stops the timer. Fastest time of the day will get a $10 gift card, and fastest time to date is 27 seconds on the Warrior course.
To ensure your own safety, Sky Zone requires a special pair of socks for all jumpers.
So the Sky Zone socks, they look like hospital socks. They're orange with grips on the bottom. We also have, throughout the year, limited edition, like specialty socks. The last ones we had were our holiday socks. I personally love the socks. I wear them outside of work. I wear them at home. They're great for if you have water tile floors. You don't slip, and that's why we require them here. You won't slip on the trampolines. You're less likely to get injured.
For those looking to party, Sky Zone handles all the party details while you focus on the fun.
With the birthday parties, they're all an hour of jump, and then you get 40 minutes in the private party room with a party host. And they come with pizza, drinks, birthday t-shirt for the birthday child, and 2 free passes for a future visit. We basically try to make it as easy as possible for the parents so they don't have to do anything. We take care of the pizza, we take care of the drinks. If you want goodie bags, we can do goodie bags. If you want cupcakes, ice cream, we take care of all of it. So all the parents have to do is basically get the kids here, make sure they have the stickers and the socks, and then they're free to go. We take care of everything else.
Sky Zone is for anyone of any age. Zach believes in one simple philosophy.
As long as you can walk, you can jump. I've seen everywhere from toddlers who are just learning to walk and able to walk on their own. We've also had a birthday party here for someone that was in their 70s. So it's, as long as you can walk, you can jump.
For more information, visit skyzone.com/Milwaukee. Next, we'll stop at the Siege, an indoor-outdoor paintball facility. Let's take a look.
We are a southeastern Wisconsin-based paintball field and store. So we've got several playing fields out here. Definitely a unique experience for everyone to come out who hasn't played paintball before. So the Siege Paintball was founded, almost 15 years ago as of June by a guy named Doug DeBack. His family had previously run a dairy farm out of the facility. And Doug recognized an opportunity for an indoor paintball field and outdoor paintball field at the old dairy farm. So he was able to come together with his wife, and they set up a small mom and pop shop, and from there the business grew. They've made many changes, and we're actually in a really good spot now after 15 years of working with the local community to bring paintball to Wisconsin. For someone who's never played paintball before, paintball is an action shooter game. So think something a lot of people compare it to, maybe like a war game simulator. It's not so much that as it is, in my opinion, a shooting sport that involves not just shooting at targets, but shooting at people as well and being shot at. It's a mix of soccer, chess, shooting sports, and a little bit of that video game action feel you might get.
Paintball is a very fast-paced action game, and surprisingly, the amount of equipment needed to play the game is pretty simple.
For paintball, the standard equipment would be a marker or paintball gun, the air tank that powers the gun, your loader, where you're going to put all the paintballs in, and then of course a face mask, which is the most important piece of equipment, because while the game is very, very fun, you want to keep it safe. And paintballs, they travel pretty fast, so you're going to want to have something to protect your face and keep it looking pretty.
Once you have all your equipment on, there are many different types of games to play.
Well, we offer a variety of games, and what we like to do is cater games for groups that come out here. One of the most popular games that we actually have is a game we call Infected. So it takes the standard elimination and turns it around a little bit by allowing a small group of attackers, or zombies, try to siege, that's no pun intended, one of our castles or buildings and take out the defenders. When the defenders get shot, they go join the zombies, When the zombies get shot, they go back and respawn. So eventually it comes down to several zombies versus just a couple survivors. That's actually one of the most popular games we have here.
The Siege offers many different types of fields to play on. Indoor or out, every field is unique.
Well, we have 2 indoor fields that take place in our barn, our downstairs, what we call the City Streets field, and then our upstairs, which is an airball field. And then we have 7 outdoor fields, including 1 professional airball setup, and 6 fields that take place over roughly 18 acres worth of land, including 5 acres in the woods, right now the crown jewel being our city field, which has 9 2-story buildings on it. We've actually had quite a few people come out. Most Saturdays we'll do anywhere up to 10 or 12 groups, private party groups, as well as several walk-ons that can be a couple hundred people, up to 400 on a Saturday. The largest single game we've ever had here, though, was our Battle Away scenario game, in which the players divided up onto the U.S. forces and Viet Cong forces, and they reenacted the Battle of Hue from Vietnam. For that game, we had over 450 players participating at one time on our extended fields.
Through the years, the Siege has seen many players come out and play. Some of those players have gone on to play professionally.
Actually, we've had several players who have come out of our facility and have played pro. Cody Mikowski is just the biggest name out of them. He's a local guy, grew up in Mugwanago, started coming out here when he was 10 years old and started playing paintball. From there, he progressed. He was part of our fields team and just got better and better and better, and eventually he made it up to the pro ranks, and he won his first world championship at like the age of 20. And right now he's playing for the professional team LA Infamous, so he's getting ready for the next big event in Dallas. And the guy, still a local guy, comes out here all the time to mentor new players and try to keep that prestige up for the Siege Paintball. Youngest you can go for standard paintball is 10 years old, and below that we actually have what we call low impact paintball, which is another offshoot. It's a little bit smaller ball, ergo less mass, less of an impact when it hits you. We can take that down to 8 years old. But anyone above those ages, they can come out and play paintball. Paintball is a great sport for bonding with friends, family, even corporate outings. It's a good time to just get somebody out of their comfort zone, make them try to do something that they probably wouldn't ever do. If you haven't played paintball, I always recommend trying it at least once, and you'll start to learn some stuff about yourself, and you'll learn stuff about the people that you come out here to play paintball with too.
Our last stop is for those who are great at puzzles and solving riddles. Let's take a look at Escape Chambers.
So Escape Chambers is a company that's been founded for a few years. We have a few locations across the country. We have one in Las Vegas, Nevada, one in Des Moines, Iowa, one in downtown Milwaukee, and the one here in Waukesha. So we service lots of different kinds of escape rooms. Each location has a different selection to choose from. So an escape room essentially is a room with a consequential set of puzzles that a group of people solve together. Each room can fit, a varying number of people, between 6 and about 12 people at a time. So each room is designed for that number of people, and each room it's that sort of theme of which all the puzzles are based around for the group to solve. Initially, we were actually more of like a laser tag based kind of company in Oconomowoc. But the owner of the company, having traveled across the country, always seeking new adventures and things like that, traveling a lot through the Des Moines, Iowa, noticed that there just kind of wasn't a whole lot in terms of entertainment in that area, and thought he kind of would have some fun expanding his laser tag business. Was able to rent this great huge space with lots of potential. So he initially expanded the laser tag into that area, and then just seeing like how big this space was itself, thought to himself like, well, escape rooms are super fun. They're really exciting. We have all of these great employees that are super creative, and we would love to expand on our potential in that way. So, so he opened up 10 different escape rooms along with the 7,000 square foot tactical laser tag arena there at that location. And from there just decided to keep going, just always expanding on the venture. It really was kind of a team effort between a few people. Obviously, the owner of the company has kind of the final say as to what goes on regarding the puzzles themselves and what the themes are going to be. We have a few more employees, though, who are actually based at our Des Moines, Iowa location, because that is our largest location, and so that's where they kind of started working with us first. But they are kind of the few people that have most of the ideas, the creative ideas that come out of them to say like, oh, well, this would be a super fun, and oh, well, maybe people want a scary experience, and so we're going to create an escape room that's super scary, and it's got this crazy serial killer kind of theme to it where all the people are going to have to escape the throes of a serial killer. And then maybe some people want a more family-friendly one, so then like here at this location, when they traveled up here to help us open these 4 rooms that we have here, we created this great family-friendly one called the Naughty List, you know, where you are essentially trying to get your name off of Santa's naughty list. And so it was kind of their venture to say, well, people, you know, like this kind of experience, but some people also want this kind of experience, so let's just kind of create a whole bunch of different kinds and everything in between.
Escape Chambers is great for team building opportunities. It is only up to you and your group to work together to escape from the room as quickly as possible.
We do get lots and lots of you know, phone calls and emails and inquiries and things like that from like large businesses or large families. They want to come like host a birthday party, or they want to do a team building event and that kind of thing. Escape rooms especially, we've got, like I said, lots of different themes, and so we especially like to encourage, you know, businesses and corporations and things like that to try our more challenging rooms, because it's a great way for the team to gauge how well they can communicate with each other and work together as a team and stuff like that. So we've had groups as small as 8 people, as large as 160 people, depending on the location.
Escape Chambers also offers a way to enter another reality, a virtual reality.
So this virtual reality kind of came out of, it was like a business conference that the owner of the company and some of our marketing and creative people had gone on together to like an exposition down in Florida, and they saw some people using a few different pieces of, you know, new upcoming virtual reality equipment, the HTC Vive, the Oculus Rift, that sort of thing, and they thought, wow, like how super cool would that be to expand, continue to expand on the entertainment experience of the escape rooms and kind of go into the virtual reality. So when they came back from that conference around January, they took some more space here at Escape Chambers in Waukesha and opened up these different stations. So we have 5 different stations here now, each of them using the HTC Vive, and that makes it super fun for like date nights and smaller groups and things, because obviously you can only have one person to one virtual reality sort of equipment set at a time.
Escape Chambers offers a virtual reality experience at the Brookfield Square Mall. They also have new and exciting plans for the mall as well.
So right now we just have, it's like a kiosk-based sort of situation. It's a virtual reality pod. The pod itself is called the Odyssey. It uses the Oculus Rift as opposed to the Vive. There aren't any controllers or anything like that. It's just a headset. But in the pod there are 2 chairs, so we can fit 2 people at a time there. And again, lots of different experiences to choose from. There's some more kind of calm, relaxing ones that take you through like a fantasy, almost afterworld sort of experience. And then there's like these crazy off the tracks roller coaster ones, bungee jumping, all kinds of different things that you can do. But the chairs in the pod themselves, they kind of move you know, back and forth and side to side, you know, so that you really feel like you're on that ride that you're having, and it's pretty crazy. So that was just kind of like our test run to see how that would go in Brookfield Square that we've had just for the past 2 or 3 weeks now, and people have loved it. They've responded super well to it. So we've decided to rent an entire space at Brookfield Square, which we're very excited about, so we're calling that VR City Zone. It's going to be actually America's very first live, fully functioning virtual reality arcade.
For more information, visit escapechambers.com. This has been Please Remain Indoors. Thanks for watching.
How long is this going? That's a robot arm. Go, go, go.
All right, guys, so we weren't able to bring you the footage from the Southern Soul Assembly. We do have it ready to go, I'm being told. So let's take a look at the Southern Soul Assembly.
Oh, man. I'll get this thing tuned. I'm coming. Give me 1 second. That's right.
JJ, man, what I want to know is where the hell you get them fine-ass suits, bruh?
Dillard's.
JJ, you dress sharp as hell, man.
Trying to make my grandmother proud, so. Speaking of my grandmother, my dad's mama's funeral. My aunt and uncle and cousin sang I'll Fly Away. And they really got down on it. And one of my other uncles jumped up and hollered, "Old Glory." And in that moment, you know, being there on that event, just that one phrase made me feel so alive, it was insane. You know? So I wrote a song about it. Can you feel? Can you stop really feeling? I don't mean think about it. I don't mean they'll talk about it. I mean feel, and I mean love. I mean live it, babe, and I mean love. Can you feel it when it's dark? Can you feel it when it shines? Can you hear it in the ocean? Can you smell it in the pine? Can you taste it when you breathe in? Can you hear it when it roars? Can you know it in the darkness? Then abide inside the joy. So glory, oh the glory. I seen the light, I heard the light, I felt the light, I breathe the light, I am the light, you are the light, we are the light. It's all light, baby. It's all light, baby. It's all light, baby. It's all right, baby. It's all light.
All right, guys, it's time for our fourth trivia question. During World War II, television was scaled black significantly. Which of the following was the only network to continue extensive commercial programming during the war? Was it A, RCA, B, CBS, C, NBC, D, Dumont? Share your answer with us at LiveBlock PBS. We'll be sharing the answers at the end of the hour.
Join Mark Broussard, Anders Osborne, and JJ Gray for an evening of soul on the PBS Southern Soul Assembly. Tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on PBS.
Tonight, 5 p.m. on Channel 36, join Michael Fisher as he talks to a woman who is suffering from postpartum. Then, he talks to a man who is suffering from PTSD since 1953. How they are related is all a form of type of depression. It's time to get this conversation started. Let's talk about it. Depression airs tonight, 5 p.m. Central Time on Milwaukee PBS, Channel 36.
This is WMDT Milwaukee PBS.
Everybody wants the American dream. Me too.
Hi, I'm TC Muzinga. Stay tuned as we delve into the animation program, get an inside look at the National Association of Broadcasters Conference in Las Vegas, and later I'll get my hands dirty cooking clean. All that and much more as we continue the live block for Student Operations, May 13, 2017. Welcome to the second half of the live block. I'm TC Muzinga, your host, coming to you live from the Milwaukee PBS studios. In these next 2 hours, we'll highlight the Media and Creative Arts School here at MATC. First, we have a special tribute to those in the animation program. We'll look at the spectacular art and movement of its current students. In the studio, we'll interview graduates who are applying their skills in the animation industry today. Next, we'll talk to Shireen Galib, an award-winning and recent graduate of the Television and Video Production Program. In April, Shireen attended the National Association of Broadcasters Conference. We find out more from Shireen in the next half of the hour.
Are you trying to say you're jilting me?
I'm in the 2D animation emphasis. 2D is more, you have to perfect everything. It's all perfection because you yourself are drawing every single frame. So you have to be the one to fix your mistakes. Before, I had almost no knowledge at all of animation, and I kind of taught myself a little bit, which, I mean, it wasn't the best, but it was something. But once I started working here at MATC, I learned so much and improved so much, and it's gotten a lot better. In this program, you have got to be committed. It's not as easy as it seems before you get into the program, and you really got to work for it. It is I don't want to say difficult, but it is a pretty challenging program to get into with the workload, but you also have a lot of drawing over and over and over again, you know?
The best thing about drawing is feeling the release afterwards. You know, when you wake up and you just feel groggy and you can't get into things, usually you start out by just drawing circles. And then at the end of it, you have like full-on Mona Lisa crap. Like, sorry, I shouldn't say that. But that's my favorite part about it.
I guess ever since high school, I've always wanted to do a type of drawing. I've caught a fascination towards comic books, and I started reading comic books, mature comic books even, and they really caught my interest, how they're drawn, what they are used to be drawn, and I just thought to myself, I want to do this. So I just went all out. I found all that I needed, and yeah, I started working on a lot of stuff that so far I've been proud of and hope to do more of.
MATC is a great choice for drawing if you want to make a career out of it. You know, you got the animation program, you got the graphic design program, you got the television program here that helps with PBS. And there's a lot of great stuff you can do. MATC has one of the best places in the entire Midwest to do drawing and great work. And if you come to MATC, you're going to get a great result. The classes here are amazing. You're allowed to be yourself. You're allowed to be, you have your own style and make something great out of it.
Animation is used everywhere. If you look at animation, it's used in, you know, besides television and film, it's also used in science, it's used in training, it's used in basically everything you want to try. Everything you need to do that has a theory needs a visual, and animation is that visual. Basically here in Milwaukee, it's a jack of all trades, where they'll be able to do 2D animation, 3D animation, and they'll be doing 3D modeling and character design, and a lot of editing and a lot of After Effects stuff. I try to draw something every day, and I try to get to my studio to paint. And I think drawing and painting is fun. It's more of a Zen thing for me. But animation is really the thing that brings it to life. And when you see your characters come to life, you can't beat that. And you see these students learn how to do that, and see their characters come to life, and see the thrill in their eyes. You can't beat that.
I'm here now with Jamie Hazelwood, a graduate from the animation program. Jamie, welcome to the program, the show.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So, thanks for coming. So tell me about yourself first.
Yeah, I'm a graduate from MATC a few years ago. First, I started my college career at UWM, and that's kind of where I met, actually, the guy that they just showed, Tim Decker. He's a fantastic teacher, really charismatic guy, and once I was done with my UWM career, they didn't necessarily have anything specific to animation at the time.
Sure.
So he was kind of showing me a lot of the options here, and just latched onto it, and it was really great classes, and proud to say that I graduated as the Lamp of Knowledge Award winner. So.
Wow. So what actually led you to the animation program? Is it any deeper story to that, or just?
Well, yeah, obviously growing up in the age of Disney and a lot of great films like that, that's always something you wanted to do, but obviously you never really know if that's something that's feasible.
Yeah.
Being a small town, you know, Midwest and everything of the sort. But no, I originally started art, psychology, and stuff like that. So I always had a background in art, but then meeting Tim Decker, then showing me that it's not only possible, but you can have a good career in it. So I think they just led me towards it. So it's been
So how would you define your style of animation or drawing?
Well, I don't necessarily have a style. I would say I've I'm not really as much of a drawer per se, because the nice thing is with the animation program here, they kind of have it all over the place, whether it be in the hand-drawn or the 2D, or I mean for the 3D animation, which is obviously on the computer. But my background with UWM was a lot of stop-motion animation, and that's kind of where I really, that's my first passion, is definitely stop-motion. So like Nightmare Before Christmas, those old Christmas movies and stuff like that. So that's kind of more of the sculpting aspect of it.
Sure.
So that's kind of more of what I like to enjoy.
Sure. So do you apply your style in your career, or do you like utilize a different approach?
Yeah, actually, so my job right now, it's fantastic, and it's with 3D animation. It's not necessarily the animation portion of it, but still utilizing the 3D technology. And I think the great thing here with MATC animation program is, while there is emphasis on animation, hand-drawn skills like that, you still obviously learn a lot of the tools with the 3D program. So there's modeling, lighting, everything of that sort. So where I'm at right now is kind of more of the modeling aspect of it, and it's like visualizing custom waste and recycle bins, which doesn't sound horribly exciting, but it's a really great job, and I love where I'm at. And so I guess not really necessarily the animation portion of it, but I on the side I have an animation sort of freelance studio with a friend that I met at UWM. So we do a lot of stop motion, paper cutout. So the animation that I might not get from my 9-to-5 job, so to speak, I definitely get it there. So that's kind of where I get all those aspects of it.
Okay. All right. So, you know, going back to how you mentioned the award that you won, what kinds of competition and contests have you participated, and what's it like?
Yeah, actually, so that was, I was recently, actually, I'm proud to say I just got back from Puerto Rico about a month ago, where a music video that me and my friend that I mentioned did on our animation side project studio, Out of Tune Studios. We were entered in the Rincon International Film Festival for Best Animated Music Video, and I'm proud to say that we won. So nice. We've been a few different contests throughout the years, which obviously all the animation professors here have been really great help, especially Tim Decker, that kind of showed us a lot of the spots to go to. The guy that I do all my animation stuff with, he did, one of his student films ended up in Cannes, the film festival there, which was awesome. And then mine was also in the Czech Republic for my student film. So
awesome.
Hopefully all over the place films have been more well-traveled than me, since I'm kind of stuck here in the US.
Well, it sounds like you're a busy man.
Oh yeah, hopefully.
So thank you for taking the time to talk to me.
Yeah, absolutely, thank you.
So every year, students come up with different ideas for their final projects. What did you notice about the students' work this year?
Just a lot of great diversity. There's different styles that are all over the place, and I think that's really the great thing about this program, is they're not necessarily trying to force you into one style that works.
Sure.
They definitely make you want to breathe life into what you have, so to speak. Like, it isn't necessarily following a set rules, because even though obviously a lot of mainstream studios have a set style, they definitely emphasize you to create your own, which obviously helps, and I think that that shows with a lot of the work. So.
Okay. All right, Jamie, that was my last question, I promise.
Oh, nice.
So thank you for coming in today and sharing your work. Right now, let's take a look at that award-winning video.
Twirl, bejeweled bright, a genie gypsy woman came to play her magical game, to play her magical game. My son says she, as she points to me, what wish will I give you? I thought a while of her impish smile, if only my wish could come true. If only my wish could come true. Genie, make me a woman, fill her with love and desire. Genie, make me a woman, build her with flesh and a fire. A fire. Scarlet potion from an ancient ocean. She handed me a silvery chalice. I drank so deep I fell asleep and woke in an Ottoman palace. Oh, smoke in an autumn palace. You've just been turned into a woman. You've just been turned into a woman. Genie, make me a woman. Fill her with love and desire. Genie, make me a woman. Build her with flesh and a fire. A fire.
Wow, it's amazing what can be done with a little technology and a lot of talent. Thanks for sharing your work with us, Jamie. Coming up next, Shireen Galib and another television video production student, Sochi Marquez, were gracious enough to share some of the footage they took while in Las Vegas for the NAB conference this past April. While everyone knows we keep all of our Vegas secrets to ourselves, this next story will tell us all about what happened in Vegas for these two lucky women.
Lobby Group, representing the interests of commercial and non-commercial over-the-air radio and television broadcasters in the United States. The NAB represents more than 8,300 terrestrial radio and television stations, as well as broadcast networks, and serves as an advocate for innovation, public service, technology, and programming excellence for broadcasters across the country. Since its inception in 1922, the NAB has held a conference annually that has since turned into the largest broadcast-related convention in the world, attended by over 100,000 visitors in 2017. In 1989, the Sony Corporation, a longtime show exhibitor, began a program that paired the industry with future broadcast professionals from colleges and universities around the world. The Sony NAB Student Experience has hosted hundreds of students from schools such as UCLA, USC, NYU, Indiana, and Syracuse, and now the Milwaukee Area Technical College in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. For the first time in the nearly 30-year run of the Sony Experience, students from the television and video production program at MATC were invited by Sony to participate, and two chosen for the honor due to their production and academic excellence from the over 140 students currently enrolled in the TVP and e-production programs. Shireen Galib and Sochi Marquez are the first two technical college students to participate in the Sony Experience at the NAB show in Las Vegas, Nevada, and their own experiences were chronicled by Milwaukee PBS through its webpage, Facebook, and Twitter accounts over the 6 days the two were in Vegas. The students were flown, housed, and fed courtesy of Sony in partial compensation for their internship, and worked on behalf of the company on the NAB floor as broadcast industry ambassadors, greeting convention attendees and introducing new equipment, skills, and workflows. Long hours, literally thousands of greetings, and a crash course in advanced technology aren't what people think of as fun, but it was all business to Sochi and Shireen. The NAB Show and Conference is a must-attend for broadcast professionals. For MAT students participating as part of the NAB experience, it's a first taste of a profession that is changing by the minute, and a look at what the future holds for them as they graduate from Sony interns to broadcast professionals.
So joining us now in the studio is Shireen Ghalib, television and video production student extraordinaire. Shireen, you go above and beyond every day, and the NAB must have been an outstanding experience. So why don't you tell me about that?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, NAB experience, it's a very big thing, as you saw in the package, in the previous package. It exposes a student to be part of that. I've been in NAB before, but this experience is completely different. I was just a visitor, but this time I was a part of it. And MATC, to be a part of that, it's a very big deal. We were just the technical college, but really we worked so harder than we expected and they expected. And we proved how technical college here at MATC that can cover so many things.
So why don't you walk me through the first days of that whole conference?
Oh yeah, it was like 4 days,
Wow.
almost 30 hours or more. That's within like the overall hours, but at the end or during that, we have to come up with videos, a different experience while we are standing at the booth. Well, they call it national, but I call it international because we had all the people from all over the world. And the amazing thing, we had all the students from across the country, and they are from film schools, and that will expose us and have like a different, I don't know, it's an amazing thing to learn it. We were working with engineers, we were working with, you were telling me how to walk you through. It's like every day we have to know our area and present it. And if we need help, Sony engineers will help us. And they were very helpful, and they were appreciate everything we have done, whether me or my classmates or in general the student overall performance.
Sure. So what does MATC's participation in that conference mean for our college community?
Well, it's you mean the I'm sorry, just to understand your question.
So how big of a deal was it, for I remember you talking about it was MATC, but you're also with other big schools too. So how does that play a role in terms of this college community?
It's very big. It's very big for us. First of all, MATC is the only technical college was a part of that.
Wow.
And we were, me and my classmate, we were distributed in 2 groups, but even our groups won the 1st and 3rd place.
Wow.
MATC, like all the students here, when we came back, we wanted to share this knowledge with them. It's so much big for MATC to be like, there is a student from UCLA, there are students from New York, you name it.
Everywhere.
Penn State, everywhere.
Yeah.
And they're filmmakers and they are broadcasters and they know what they're doing. And the cool thing, they didn't have to teach us because already we know that. We spoke their language, whatever. And that was the coolest thing ever. They were impressed that a technical college student can know all that. And even technical college student could be 1 year or 2 years. Or like me taking a lot of classes for 3-4 years.
That deserves some brush from the shoulder. You guys are a big deal.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So tell me, why are you so involved with MATC? I assume that everyone they see you and they know who you are. So what makes you so involved?
Well, I can say 3 or 4 years ago when I came, I had my bachelor degree from overseas for TV broadcasting, but when I came here, and I was involved also in the financial sector, and this has nothing to do with TV, but this is life. Sometimes you change careers. But at MATC, the first time when I came, it was a pleasant experience since the big day. When they say the sky's the limit, it's true.
Absolutely.
Believe me. Like, it depends on the student if they want to get involved. And the more you get involved, they trust you. You get the trust from your instructor first, and then the faculty. Here we have the station staff. I did a lot of co-ops. I worked with Harley-Davidson. Co-ops like internships. I worked with Harley-Davidson. Those programs, for students to work with those people or to work with PBS staff or I traveled even with the station to shoot something. So sometimes you work with students, sometimes your internship with completely professional staff. They expect you to do your best. being a part of MATC, also they have the tutoring, so you can be a tutor. And for me, tutoring is completely an amazing thing. It's two-way learning. It's not one way. Every time the student come and have a question that I don't have an answer, we learn together when the instructor explained that for us.
Wow. That's amazing. You're like the queen of this whole campus.
Oh,
It's okay,
no.
you can admit it.
No, no.
We'll be sure to bow down when you walk out of the studio.
No,
sorry.
students are amazing. And this is the 4th year I'm seeing the student doing student operation. And we have, by the way, alumni, and I'm sure they are watching right now, and they are giving a thumbs up. And this unique program gives the student the ability, this is their first time to make the TV production.
Sure.
To be aired for the first time, and it's so unique. It's every year in May when the students see themselves in the future.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Well, thank you.
You're
Thank you for having me.
Of course.
And I'm saying just for all the students, good luck and best of what they are doing. Yesterday, and I know this program we learn a lot, like so much pressure, but we just. It will be the best experience ever.
You heard it from the best. All right, well, thank you for being with us, Shireen. Your presence on campus is vital, and we'll miss you so much. Moving on from our school, let's play some trivia. So why was color television available to the general public and then discontinued? Tweet your answers. Next up, we look forward to learning all about the alpacas. These fuzzy creatures are indeed not llamas, as the show's title implies.
Is WMDT Milwaukee PBS.
Although alpacas are native to places like Peru and Bolivia, I found that many are farming them in the U.S. I visited some alpaca farms in Wisconsin and even attended the annual Wisconsin Alpaca and Fiber Fest to find out what alpaca farming in the Midwest is all about. My first stop was Oaklawn Alpacas, located in Iron Ridge and owned by Don and Connie Payne, who have been raising alpacas since 2005.
Well, when we first started off with alpacas, we were going to start off with 3, and we bought 3, and then 6 months later we bought 8 more. And so within our first year we had 13 alpacas. And today we've got 29. They've had a natural intrigue to both my wife and I. That they're easy to handle. We love their personalities. You know, we love the ability to be able to handle them the way we do. It's not like having beef cows or dairy cows where I had to constantly go out and worry about fixing fences because they broke a fence down. You know, so they're so much easier to take care of. They're easy on the land. I mean, they're really a green animal because their feet are so soft. They don't tear the landscape up.
For 14 years, alpacas were being imported to the U.S. by ship or plane and were issued a pedigree registration by Alpaca Registry Incorporated, or the ARI. The ARI Pedigree Registry was closed by U.S. breeders in 1998.
All of the imports now to the U.S. have been closed. So if you want to start alpacas in the U.S., they have to come from U.S. or from Canada. We looked locally and purchased most of ours within the local area. Some of our very first 3 or 4. But from there, we bought a herd out of Michigan. Here in the Midwest, we're very fortunate that we have climates the way we do. Actually, alpacas really like the cold. If it's not windy out, they'll lay outside here. I mean, you can come out here in the morning and they're covered in snow because they'd rather lay outside than lay inside, providing it's not windy. But there are people in Arizona, Texas, Florida raising alpacas as well, where it's very humid, very warm. What that requires then is a lot of fans. People run a lot of fans on their alpacas when they get very warm like that. Alpacas love to play in water. They love to get their legs soaked, their belly soaked. And so when it's really warm and hot like that, a lot of people run misters where they can cool themselves in misters. They don't like wind and they don't like rain.
I wondered why people were interested in raising alpacas and what are the benefits. Are they pets, livestock, show animals?
Many people have alpacas as pets. Fiber herds where they're just raising the animals for fiber. You know, we do both. Some of the animals we sell are both for breeding, high quality breeding stock, as well as pet animals. We sell alpacas to a lot of 4-H youngsters that are looking for animals to raise and show. So it's a good animal for youngsters to get into from the 4-H project as well. We raise Wokayas. Wokayas are, everybody calls them teddy bears because they're the fuzzy, fluffy type of alpaca. Their fiber typically gets about 4 to 5 inches long, 3.5 to 5 inches long. Surreys, on the other hand, are known as having dreadlocks. People say, well, a Surrey has dreadlocks, and their fiber can get out to 11 inches long. And many people will mix the fiber when making clothing, things like that, just to give a different consistency. But both of them are very, very soft and very, very fine. Quality-wise, the finer the micron, the better the fiber. And the reason we say that is most of the alpaca fiber is naturally hypoallergenic. It doesn't burn. It's waterproof. So a lot of the finer fibers are used in clothing that are next to the skin. You don't get the prickly sensation like you do with coarser fiber or wool, because when we're breeding, we're trying to keep the secondary and the primary fibers as close together in micron count as possible. That gives you the better feel. And so our goal here on our farm is to keep our fiber microns under 22, because that's our prime fiber and that's where we can get paid the most money for our fiber. We belong to a couple different co-ops where we sell the fiber to the co-ops, and we can buy product back, whether it's in socks or other goods that we can resell. A lot of our prime alpaca fiber we make into yarn, and we sell yarn on our website and through other websites. We sell we have some stores that we partner with that we sell the yarn in their stores as well.
Don Payne is also president of the Wisconsin Alpaca and Fiber Fest, which was held for its 4th year in West Bend, Wisconsin. The festival is a free family event where sponsors bring a few of their alpacas to show, and there are also vendors showing off their spinning and knitting techniques, as well as selling their alpaca fiber products. I found everything from yarn and scarves to intricate sweaters. I also met Georgia Meyer, who told me about her farm and store.
These socks are made in Wisconsin, and Wigwam and Sheboygan makes them for me. First thing I have to do is we shear the animals, and then I sort the animals by the grade. And my socks have grades 3 and 4 in there, so it's consistent within the fiber of the grade for my sock, because I want high quality socks that are made with high quality fiber. So what I do is I sort it, and I sort it in and I grade it, and then it goes to be made into cone yarn, and then it goes to make into the socks. So last year I did 657 animals, but who's counting? And this year I'm hoping to do a little bit more to grow the line of fiber in the socks. So I got to show you because they're my 4 little kittens. These are my line of socks, and this year is a gray and the brown. And then I have the black and the tan. So it'll be my 3rd year working with the alpaca tundra socks, and hopefully we'll grow a little bit more with the business.
It was fascinating to see the many projects that people could make from alpaca fiber. I stopped by a booth that was felting material and watched as they demonstrated the process. She started with a pre-felted square and spread random pieces of dyed alpaca fiber. It then goes through this machine that has rollers and 500 needles, which press into the fabric. The more you run it through, the more the colors get pushed down. So, what needs to happen in order to get this beautiful soft fleece off of the alpaca? Once a year, alpacas get sheared. Some farms choose to do it themselves, while others hire professionals to come to their farm and do the work for them. Behind the scenes at the Alpaca Festival, sponsors had the opportunity to get their alpacas sheared on site. This is Cooper, looking fluffy before his annual shear. He's been through it before, so he knows what to expect.
Shearing is removing the fleece from the alpaca. There's different methods. Some people will shear with the alpaca standing up on a shearing table. We and many other farms lay them down on their sides and shear them. And all we do is we're removing all the main blanket is from the shoulder to the hips. That's the prime blanket, and that's the best fiber.
Noodling the fleece is the best way to collect fiber, especially if it will be sent out for processing. This method keeps the fleece organized and helps to prevent contaminating the good parts of the fleece with the bad. The processor can neatly unfold the blanket of fleece and tell which part is from the neck and which is from the waist.
Next is the fiber on the neck. That's what we call seconds. And then off the legs is thirds. Midwest, most of us shear between starting mid-April and usually by the 1st of June. By the time it gets too hot, you want to make sure that fleece is off. And so they cool better. And from the quality of fleece really doesn't make any difference, other than from a length standpoint, we want to make sure that we're maximizing the length.
Even those who choose to have alpacas as pets need to shear them. Because of their exceptionally warm fleece, alpacas can easily overheat in the summer. Sometimes an alpaca's fleece doesn't turn out to be as good as the breeder had hoped, and keeping the fleece to clean themselves is an option, especially if they like to work with the fiber and make it into product. The second farm I visited was Greenbrier Farm, located in Waukesha, where I met Marjorie and Michael Morak. Marjorie was kind enough to take me step by step through her fleecing process and even showed me her spinning wheel.
I'll be demonstrating the fleecing process, and the first thing that we do is skirting. And what you're doing is you're preparing the fleece for use in the commercial market or in products that you want to make. So this is a fleece that just came off the animal. This is the blanket, so this would be the portion that's around the body. And what you want to do is remove all the vegetable matter that it has accumulated over the course of the year from being on the farm. So what you do is you go through and pick out those pieces that are different. So I will go and take this out. In addition, you need to remove the vegetable matter. So go through and just remove the large pieces, because when you wash them, you want a good clean fleece when you're done. What I demonstrated before, you need to do before you send it to any processor. From this point forward, this is what the home user can do. You can either send it out in order to get the washing and the carding process completed, or you can do it yourself, and it's fairly easy. So once the fleece has been skirted, I use garment bags, and I will put the fleece in the garment bags. You do want to fill it full. Then it's a washing process. You use a little bit of soap, and just note that you do not want to felt it. And it is fairly easy to do. So pick a soap that you like the scent, put a little bit in your water. Hot water works best. And what I do in order to remove the farm from the fleece, just want to press it gently with your hands. You do want to use very hot water. And what I will normally do is wash it twice and rinse it 3 times. So this is just a demonstration of the process. Again, all you're doing is washing it for the next portion of the process. So once you have washed this twice, move it into, again, hot water and rinse it. Rinse it 3 times. in 3 separate baths of water. That last one, put a little bit of vinegar in it, and it will remove any residue of soap that remains on the fleece. So once this has been completed, you do get out as much water as you can. And now you just have to let the air do its work. And what you'll do is you'll put it on drying racks. I'm just demonstrating the drying process on the fleece rack that we were using before. You'll notice that it's very wet and you want to unclump it as much as possible. Okay, now we have a bag of already dried fleece, and you'll notice that after you go through and pull it apart, you've got fleece going in every direction. In order to get and make some good quality yarn, all of the fibers need to be facing one direction. So what you can use is a drum carder, which is what I have here. And you feed the drum carder, and what the drum carder will do is it will grab the fleece and then put all of those individual fibers and force them in the same direction on the drum. And what I have here, it's a double carder, and it really does a nice job to align the fleece appropriately. So we have gone through, we have a full drum, and it's time to remove it. And if you'll notice, all this fleece is now pointing in the same direction. It's all going in one direction, which will make it much easier to feed the wheel. And the final process is spinning your rovings into yarn. And from a spinner's perspective, this is where the creativity really starts. So you can blend colors, you can spin heavy, you can spin light, and it's just a matter of keeping the momentum going to feed your wheel the way that you want to. I'm feeding it heavy, fine, and it's just taking it. And what you do is, I'm spinning a single strand. And when you have a finished product, you will actually have to ply the single strands into 2, 3, 4, 5, depending upon what you want to produce as a final product. But this is what I do for relaxation, because it takes both feet and both hands, and they have to work in concert.
If you're able to make your feet and hands move in harmony, you can produce some really neat yarn. After being mesmerized by Marjorie's talent, I had to take a seat and try it out myself. Let me just say, she makes it look easy.
And after you've produced your yarn, what do you do with it? Well, you can knit, crochet, do with this yarn what you do with any other yarn. And the good news is there's always a use for every piece of the fleece. Down to the ends that we took off of the carder, make those into dryer balls so that every part of the fleece is usable. It's up to your imagination to depend upon what you want to do with it.
As a knitter, I was very intrigued by the capability of being able to spin your own yarn right at home, and then immediately make it into product. I also loved seeing all of the different types of yarn that Marjorie made by mixing fibers. Among all of the action happening at the festival, alpacas were being judged by the quality of their fleece as well as their halter walks. Amanda Vandenbosch travels around the world judging alpacas, and she was this year's guest judge at the Wisconsin Festival. The fleeces are scored based upon fineness, uniformity of micron, length, and color. The Wakaya and Suri fleece shows are judged separately, beginning with grays, moving on to blacks, and finally whites.
Typically in both Suris and Wakayas there are what we call 22 natural colors. And they're variations of shades starting at white and then beige and light fawns and different shades of browns, different shades of blacks. And then we get into the grays, rose grays, classic grays, dark grays, and so that's why we always say there's 22 color of alpaca fiber.
Although alpacas are mainly raised for their silky fleece, meat is a unique byproduct from the alpaca livestock industry.
Alpaca meat is very good. It's very nutritious. It's not like red meat. It has a lot of omega-3s. It's very low fat, and it's a very healthy meat. You know, that's why the Peruvians eat the meat, because it's their main staple.
We started harvesting animals about 6 years ago, and we do some local restaurants, gourmet restaurants serve it, and we also have some products that we've made, jerky, meat sticks, and sausage. We're out and we're always in the public. We always did harvesting alpacas out in the open. Years ago it wasn't spoken of that people were doing it, but we decided it needed to happen. We follow the livestock model, and we really need people to understand they're very cute animals, they can be friendly animals, but we look at the whole picture of the alpaca just like they do in other countries. So the scope is the full livestock experience and using the whole animal, just like beef and sheep and everybody else out there. It's very important, and breeders are opening up to it, and it's becoming more accepted, and it's all part of farming. And with the advantage of we know exactly when in these animals, we know what they ate, so even though we're not organic to speak of, I mean, it was from our farm, we know what they ingested and have tight controls on that too. So.
Rob hopes people will open up to the idea. He ensured that alpacas will mainly be raised for their fiber and will not be overfed for the end result of meat. Alpacas are constantly being confused with llamas. There are many differences between them, the main ones being fineness of fiber and their size.
A llama is about 2.5 times the size of an alpaca. They're big, they can go about 400 pounds. They were actually bred to be a pack animal and used down in South America. And where an alpaca was bred to be used for clothing, for meat, only going 150, 160 pounds are so easy to take care of. You have to trim their feet once in a while. We have to give them shots for worming and things like that. But overall, they are a very, very easy animal to take care of. Alpacas are like people. They all have different personalities. They all have their different quirks. They all have their different demeanors. Some are friendly. Some are very standoffish. And to each other, some alpacas, it's just like people. They'll buddy up with each other. And we've got 2 girls here. Ever since they were born, they are almost inseparable. They're always laying next to each other at night. Whenever they're out in the pasture, they're always together. And so that's, there's from a herd animal standpoint, it's very interesting to watch how they interact with each other. Some just don't like each other, and they will avoid each other or they will spit at each other and get in fights over food or hay or whatever it may be. We keep the females and the males apart strictly from a reproducing standpoint. An alpaca gestation is about 11 to 11.5 months. And if we left them all in with the males, we'd have all kinds of alpacas running around, which we don't necessarily want. So, in the pasture behind us, we have our younger alpacas that are just a year old, or going to be 2 years old. And then the pasture we have out to our right out here is all of our pregnant girls for the year. And so they're all together, and we do a lot of that just so we can feed different from one pen to the other. Our pregnant girls, we feed different than we do some of our other girls, and we do that from a fiber quality standpoint. We don't want to get them too overweight, which coarsens the fiber. We breed here to start birthing about the 1st of May, and we'll birth up through September 1st.
Alpaca farming turned out to be a lot more popular than I had expected. There are many resources for anyone interested in raising alpacas. The prices depend on your intended purpose. If you want a pet, I found some as low as $200. while a female who will produce fiber and offspring can cost up to $30,000. After speaking with Don Payne, Marjorie and Mike Morak, and many others raising alpacas, I could tell they have a genuine love for what they're doing.
They're different, and they're just a pleasure to have.
And now for some trivia. The question is, how long did the Honeymooner series last? Tweet us your answers. And now for some great student productions.
Now do the same for the second eye. Again, you can use your finger or tweezers to make them stick. You want to make sure that the inner corner sticks because that's the part that tends to lift very easily. Pushing on it till it sticks. And if you have to go over it multiple times, that's fine. Remember, you can go over them with mascara to blend them in with your real lashes. Now don't forget about that liner, ladies and gents, and make sure it's nice and thick. Alright, ladies and gents, facial time. To get started, you'll meet with a student for a consultation to determine your skin type. Once your skin type is determined, then begins relaxing the body. To relax the body, you'll receive a nice, swift massage.
swim in the waters of the pond. That tale will soon go away, and the only tale left to say is the tale of how a tadpole becomes a frog. And do the tadpole wiggle and the froggy hop? Do the tadpole wiggle? You won't ever want to stop. Do the tadpole wiggle and the froggy hop? Do the tadpole wiggle, wiggle, wiggle? We're never gonna stop. Do the tadpole wiggle and the froggy hop? Do the tadpole wiggle? You won't never want to stop. Do the tadpole wiggle and the froggy hop? Do the tadpole wiggle, wiggle, wiggle? We're never gonna stop. We're gonna wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. We're never gonna stop. We're gonna wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. We're never gonna stop.
MATC's downtown campus holds a program offering a unique experience for students looking for hands-on education from industry professionals.
The television production program is a comprehensive program in which you start in broadcast television with training-wise. As a new student or incoming freshman, you learn all the aspects of television production, meaning that you learn how to run a camera, studio camera, you learn how to do lighting and floor directing, video switching, you learn how to do audio, writing scripts, teleprompter, things like that, in the nature of, being able to get out of here and actually working at a television station or production house or company.
The television production program at MATC allows students to gain hands-on experience in the broadcast television field while diversifying their knowledge base, but it does require dedication and sacrifice.
You do have to immerse yourself into this program. You do have to take time out of your regular job and your family life to make this happen for you, to get through the program in 2 or a lot of times 2.5, 3 years.
Students willing to take on responsibility and make time outside of their normal schooling hours to work in a professional television setting are rewarded with the opportunity to gain insight from professionals.
Students have a lot of opportunity once they get here. I tell my incoming students, my freshman students, take advantage of everything you see, the people you meet, okay? Because once you're gone, you're gone. You don't get that chance again. So, if it means you want to volunteer and work on a remote, go ahead and do that. If you want to work on a TriCasters, go ahead and do that. If you want to work with someone doing lighting or audio or editing and sit in with them and get some insight on what a professional does and how it works in the, as they say, the real world, this is the place to do it. You can't get this in a lot of colleges or universities. They're not attached to a television station. That's what makes this place so unique.
The knowledge and dedication of the teachers and supervisors in the television and video production program are perhaps the defining feature of this one-of-a-kind educational experience.
The instructors and I, we don't feel like we're teachers. I come from a production background. I didn't come through a teaching background. I came through 25 years of working in the production side of things at this television station. So I did exactly everything that I was trained to do as a former student myself. And so I don't feel that I've never felt like I've been teaching these past almost 10 years. I feel like I've been mentoring and just giving back things. So I'm always open, and as we all are, for students to come in and just get whatever they need from us.
With a myriad of opportunities and an entire production staff willing to contribute to the learning environment, students are sure to experience not only growth in skill and dedication within the professional environment, but as individuals who are determined to give full effort until the completion of any task.
Hi, and welcome back to the last hour of the live block. We start off with Michael Swan, a multi-talented musician and e-production student, as he performs an original work and puts a new twist in an old classic. And let's not forget those who are behind the scenes of every type of music performance. Today we'll learn something about the audio production program and look at how students discovered the art of making a living in the shadow. And finally, Embriella Childs will be in the studio talking about healthy meals and do-it-yourself nutrition. I'll even help her make something delicious. I can't wait. Right now in our studio, Michael Swan from the E-Production program is going to perform an original piece, singing and on guitar.
can plan your way around, but it's as simple as getting out. You can stay, that'll be just fine, but getting out may sway your mind. My mind finds comfort where I stay, but my body needs to learn to run away. My mind finds comfort where I stay, but my body needs to learn to run away. But my body needs to learn to run away.
Awesome.
Thank you.
So, I gotta ask, when did you start with music?
It was like senior year of high school.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like 18 years old. I picked up the guitar. I mean, I was in choir in high school as well, but yeah.
So basically, you taught yourself how to do everything.
Yeah.
How? Walk me through the process of teaching yourself how to play. I mean, I can't even like play Mary Had a Little Lamb on the piano, and it's easy, isn't it? But how'd you do that?
Well, I just went over to my friend's house who knew how to play the guitar,
Mhm.
and I'd printed out a sheet of music that I wanted to learn, and he just helped me learn one song, and then after that I learned another song by the same band, and I was just picking up chords as I went and
Mhm.
learned how to read tabs, and then off of the chords I knew, I started writing music with that.
So what inspired you to write original music the way that you do?
I don't know, I guess it's just like a culmination of all the music that I listen to.
Sure.
Like that just like gets pushed out into my version of whatever I come up with, I
Yeah.
guess.
No, so you're like a little Beethoven or in a way?
Right.
I'm just
Right,
kidding. I'm
yeah.
totally kidding. So does your music talent aid you in the videos that you do? Because you're also an e-production student as well, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I would say they're kind of like separate entities.
Sure.
They're like, I'm super into both, but they're kind of just like apart.
Okay.
I'm always gonna do music, and if like something happens with that, that's great. But like e-production is more of like a career path.
Mhm. So what's the comparison in writing lyrics versus writing music?
Well, I write songs differently each time, it seems like.
Mhm.
So sometimes I'll have lyrics in my notebook, and then I'll come up with a melody for it, and then I'll have to like create a guitar part to go along with that melody.
Mhm.
And other times I come up with a cool guitar part that I like, and then I have to come up with a reason for the song.
Yeah. Do you go like to a special place to like write or
Well, I definitely need to be alone.
Okay. No
Like, I
interruptions.
I can't have like a roommate home or like anyone.
You need your quiet place.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, nice. I see. So I see over there that you got a ukulele. So what drawed you to did you teach yourself how to play that too, or?
Yeah, it came after the guitar. I picked it up because it's like, to be honest, it's really simple.
Really?
Like, after you know how to play the guitar, it's like pretty easy to pick up a ukulele. You
Sure.
just have to. But I like the instrument because it's just so simple, and it's hard to have a bad time listening to a ukulele.
Yeah. All right. So do you have any more for us? Are we
Yeah.
gonna have a little concert? We
Yeah,
are?
sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Oh, take my hand, take my whole life too, 'cause I can't help falling in love with you. Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Oh, take my hand, take my whole life too, 'cause I can't help falling in love with you, 'cause I can't help falling in love with you.
So I take it that was that all about me? You can tell, it's okay. Aw, no, but thank you so much for.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate
no. If you do some singing lessons, I could use some. So
Okay,
no, just
okay.
kidding.
Anytime.
Yeah, of course. So so thank you for coming to the program once again, Michael Swan.
Thank you.
And we will be right back.
MATC's audio production program is special in that, number one, it's pretty cheap to be in the Milwaukee market and to offer an associate degree program for the price that it does to the students. It's unmatchable anywhere. Another thing that's pretty different than some other schools, many times they have the audio part, but they don't have a music part. So we have a music occupations degree program with instrumentalists and singers, and we can draw from them and we record them. And many of our audio students are also musicians or singers, but in this case, we have a whole nother program we can draw.
First impression when I came here was I was very, I wasn't overwhelmed, but I had no experience in this, and the instructors here are very catering to that, and it really fostered just kind of this desire to come and learn more, because you come into this room and there's all this cool stuff flying around and you don't know what any of it does.
Having teachers that are active in the field are one thing, but having teachers that were on the top of their fields is another thing. I won't name their names, but one of our teachers has mixed for Paul McCartney and Toto. And the list is, I'll be sitting with him and he'll mention another group he mixed for, and it's like, what? And then we have a guy that has done over 10,000 entries in library music, and his music is playing all over the world. I myself have done music for original advertising, and it's great to win awards and to be doing national ads. And we have another guy that does professional installs and has a mastering company and has owned a studio and is now still doing installs. So the expertise that the instructors bring is really, really valuable.
My schoolwork is almost entirely project-based, which to some is unappealing. To me, it's very appealing. And what I'm working on right now is, one of the two main things I'm working on right now is an audio story, is what we call it in audio production for film. And that is working primarily with recording sound effects that you wouldn't necessarily, like, I was running my hands through my hair for grass sounds, and covering my mouth and making weird sounds and layering it to make a monster. Like, we're trying to create a narrative through only sound effects, basically, and with 1 or 2 lines of dialogue. It's very interesting to try and convey something like that just through audio.
So there's live sound, there's studio sound, audio production for TV and film. We're teaching them to do sound effects, Foley, ADR, re-recording the voices. You just don't know where the work is going to be. And so we want to make sure that the student will have options when they leave. Many of them come in with one thing in mind, and then when they get out, you know, who knows, maybe they'll be doing convention audio and setting up a mic and 2 speakers for a trade show. So all of those things we try to take the student through and give them a diversified occupational option. Our associate degree program is targeting individuals that really, I want the end goal that they can do a lot of different things. When you think about it, you think immediately, oh, I want to do live sound, and they want to mix front of house for big concerts. And we do have that kind of work here. With Clearwing in our neighborhood, and with Summerfest, and with so many options to do live gigs, that's a pretty good way a person can make a living.
Welcome back. We just couldn't have the quality sound and excellent performances we experienced without audio engineers. And here at MATC, the audio program is a true diamond in the rough, since not many have heard of the program. The parallel here is that audio engineers really make a living staying behind the scenes. And it seems even the program itself is a secret. That said, I'd like to welcome Amber Lee Childs. She's an expert at the up and coming style of preparing and cooking food known as the paleo diet. Am I saying that right?
Plant-based diet.
Plant-based diet.
Plant-based diet.
Plant-based diet. So why don't you tell me a little about yourself and what got you eating this style of food?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm very excited to be here today. So today we are going to be cooking a kale, or not even cooking, preparing a kale and Brussels sprout salad with an avocado and lime dressing.
Yum.
We're going to make everything right here in the studio. But a little bit about plant-based eating and what kind of got me really involved in this. 7 years ago, I was diagnosed with a advanced case of breast cancer. And by being diagnosed in your 30s, you have a little bit longer to live. And so you start to contemplate, what am I going to do and how am I going to live my life or live it differently? And so for me, it was really about making lifestyle changes. And what I was able to do is team up with the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine. And we teach the Food for Life program. And these are all we eat: grains, beans, fruits, vegetables, and this is considered the power plate. And this right here is really designed to prevent disease, prevent reoccurrence of certain diseases, and really aid the body to be wonderful and powerful at the same time.
Well, we're glad that you're here to join us today. So should we get started?
Absolutely.
All right,
let's get
do
going.
it. Yeah.
All right, so first we're going to start with our dressing today. I am using a food processor. I couldn't get through my days in the kitchen without this thing, so it is a workhorse. And I am all about simplifying things in the kitchen because we all are short on time.
Right.
So where do we find more time to have great, healthy food on our table? And it's not driving through a drive-through, but it's learning the tricks of the trade. It's getting in the kitchen, and this is the workhorse in my kitchen. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about it.
All right.
So the first thing we're doing is we are going to take some avocados. One of the other tools I love in my kitchen, this is an avocado cutter, and we're going to take these avocados straight out.
Oh, wow.
And we're going to place them right into here. No rhyme or reason in getting it out. You're going to make a mess in the kitchen. It's designed to make a little bit of a mess. Your hands are a tool, so don't be afraid to get dirty. Don't be afraid to use them. So in there, we've got our avocado. We're going to set that aside. Next thing we're putting in there, we've got a cup of cilantro. If you are not a cilantro fan, you know what I'm talking about. Some people, when they eat cilantro, it's a very few amount. It tastes like, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like a mineral that tastes in their mouth, and it's very metal tasting like, so they don't like it at all. So if you're not a cilantro fan, replace it with parsley. It's going to be really good. We also have a little bit of lime. Excuse me. We've got some lime zest. Basically what I did was I took the back of a lime and I took a lime zester, lemon zester, and I was able to take some of this.
Oh, wow.
What it's doing is it's going to give it a more powerful punch of that lime. So we're going to take our lime zest. We're going to go ahead and put that in there. We have a little bit of cumin powder. Cumin powder is one of my favorites. It is very, it's used a lot in Mexican cooking. It's used a lot in Indian cooking, and it's got a real earthy flavor, and I use it in almost every dish I make at my house.
Wow.
So we've added that in there. We've got a little bit of a sweetener that's gonna go in. I'm using good old maple syrup. This is USDA, comes right here, organic, right from Wisconsin. So I'm using a maple syrup. If you're concerned with your glycemic load and you really are concerned with sugars, one, remove it. Don't use it at all. The other thing you could do was use something that's going to be a little bit lower in glycemic load, like a brown rice syrup.
Okay.
So we're going to add that in there. The liquid that's going to go in there is just lime juice. Lime juice with the avocado. How much do I got in here? This is 3 to 4 limes that I went ahead and squeezed in earlier. We're going to mix that in.
Make sure the cap's on.
Turn it on, exactly. You got a nice dress on. We're going to add a little bit of water in there, and what that's going to do, you can see it starting to cream up. We want it start that cilantro to break down a little. Take our lid off, add a little bit of water. You always want to open it up, check. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to push down on the sides, because if you had something like garlic in here, it might kind of chunk up. So if you want to see that's kind of like a thick paste, I want it a little bit more liquefied. So we're going to just add a little bit of liquid in here. Called for 1/4 cup. I had a little extra. Remember, there's no right or wrong in cooking. You're going to mess up. You're going to make bad dishes. The thing is you got to get back in and try again, right?
She's talking to me. No, I'm just kidding.
All right, so I'm taking a look at this. It's looking really good.
Yum.
So now what I'm going to do is we're going to go ahead and pour this. Remember, there's a blade in here, so you want to be careful that it doesn't come sliding out.
So this is the dressing, huh?
This is the dressing. This is an avocado lime dressing.
Do you always make your own dressing? Or?
I prefer to make all my own dressings. One, they're so easy, and two, I didn't use any oil in there. Oil is 100% fat, and oil, we have a little bit of a fat issue if you look around the United States, right? We have obesity issues, we have health disparities all over, and so if I can make a dressing without oil in it, it's gonna, one, be a lot less lower in calorie, a lot less lower in bad fats.
Sure.
This avocado had a good fat in it,
good
omega-3s, and so that was something. So I make this is just a small portion right here. If I made this at home, I would double or triple the recipe, keep it in bulk, keep it in my fridge, and then we would be eating avocado and lime dressing throughout the week.
Awesome, sounds good.
So we're gonna set this aside, and we're gonna come back to that. I'm gonna go ahead and rinse this out right here. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Okay, well, as she's doing that, we're going to go in a quick break. Perfect. Don't go anywhere, all right, guys? All right, and we're back. So we just did the dressing.
We just did the dressing.
Okay, and what's next?
So now we are going to use the Brussels sprouts. Brussels sprouts are one of my favorite because they are cruciferous vegetables. Cruciferous vegetables, these guys look like little bitty cabbages, little bitty kales. They're so good for you. They're delicious. They have so many cancer-fighting properties in them. Wow. The challenge is they stink a little when you cook them. So I like to keep them raw, and we're going to chop them in our food processor. I have a blade on here that's going to shred them. Here we go. We're going to put these in, and we are going to get a nice Brussels mix.
Yum. So did you already explain what cruciferous
vegetables? Cruciferous vegetables are the kale family, Brussels sprouts, cauliflower, broccoli, and they are loaded with cancer-fighting properties. in addition to minerals, vitamins, things like that.
Yeah.
But one of the reasons that I love them is because my breast cancer was what we call estrogen positive, progesterone positive.
Sure.
And so for me, eating cruciferous vegetables for somebody who's already had breast cancer, they help remove excess estrogens from your body. So if you have too many estrogens in your body, these are going to help out and be a wonderful thing for you. Oops, I took the wrong bowl away.
Uh-oh. There we go.
Now we're going to put these back. Can you smell that a little bit?
I can. Ooh, that does smell good.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I get the point of what you're saying about the smell and how you like to keep it raw, right?
Yeah, well, if it has its raw, if you're cooking raw, it's going to have so much more nutritional benefit in there. And so these are going to be nice and small. So if you have kids that do not want to eat Brussels sprouts, they don't know they're eating Brussels sprouts. You're like, boom, you're eating healthy and you didn't even know it.
For all parents out there.
Yes. So we're going to set that aside. That is our Brussels sprouts. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to cut our kale. Another thing kids don't typically like to eat, husbands don't like to eat it. Usually most people don't. Kale is a superfood. We love kale. You're going to get red kale, you can get a green kale, or a Jacinto kale. I buy the kale that's in season, and I buy the kale that's on sale that day. So here's the trick. You're going to take we got the spine here. We don't want to eat that. It's tough and it's rough. We're going to take our knife. We're going to come right down the spine.
Oh, wow.
Comes right off. Turn it. Keeps coming.
You make it look so easy.
There you go. It's these great tools that I have. Second one, we're just going to slightly shave that kale right down off. These are done. We set them aside. Now what I'm going to do, look at this. This kale can all get wadded up in my hand. That's fantastic. What we're going to do is we're going to massage the kale.
Okay.
And that is going to break down the fibers in this. It's going to take down some of the bitterness, release some sweetness in this grain, and it's going to make it more palatable to eat, and it's going to make it more visually appealing.
Oh.
We eat with our eyes, right?
That's very true.
All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and chop some of this up real quickly.
Yum.
Here's another trick. If you don't like kale or greens a lot, chop them a lot smaller. Then they're going to be smaller bites on your fork, and they're going to be a lot more palatable to take. All right, so there's our kale. This is the fun part. This is where we're going to break down the fibers in the kale, and we're going to use good old-fashioned hummus. If I was at home, I would have taken time to make the hummus, but since I'm here in the studio, I bought it in the store. Because that's what a lot of people do, right? If you're looking to cut corners and you can buy some stuff that's already been done for you, do that. It's really about getting into your kitchen and working for you. So this calls for 2 tablespoons, so I'm just going to put a chunk in there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to use one of my other favorite tools. This is a juicer. This is great for any kind of citrus. The lime goes right in it, and we are going to then put the the lime, squeeze the juice onto it. If this was a lemon, it would be collecting the seeds. Oh. So then you're not worried about eating those little boogers in your food, right? You're like, oh, I got a lemon in there, lemon seed. So the citrus acid is going to help us break this down, and this is where you say, honey, I need you to come in the kitchen. Hey, Ticia, you want to get your hands dirty? Just kidding. You look too nice to do that. So here's what we do. We're going to use that kale, and we're going to use that. It's a messy job getting in the kitchen, but if you're a kid, it could be a fun job. And the job is to just massage it down. And it doesn't really look that pretty, but what's happening is it's going to turn into a prettier green color. It's going to get a little softer. It's releasing the fibers. Fiber is a magic ingredient that helps remove excess cholesterol from our bodies. It helps remove excess estrogens from our bodies. Wow. This also is a cruciferous vegetable.
Okay.
So now, I'm going to...
Smells good. What is this original hummus that you use?
This is just an original.
Okay.
If you like garlic, if you want to, put
Spice
some
it up
other
a little?
flavor, absolutely. Go ahead and add that in there.
Okay.
So we've got the kale in there now. We've massaged it. So now what I'm going to do, set this aside, and we are going to grab something out of the fridge. A little bit of our pre-made already done. I'm going to just mix to it what we added in. If your kale still tastes a little bitter, add a little more lime. Add a little bit more. So this has got a little too much because I'm in the wrong bowl. Does it matter? No, but this bowl's prettier, so let's use it.
Right.
There we go. So now we're going to add our toppings on top of this, okay?
All right,
so
what do we got?
our toppings, over here we've got the slaw that we did. We're going to add that back in. So we're gonna add that and we're gonna mix it. We're gonna add in an arugula. You could do spinach, you could do any other kind of green. I like arugula, it's got a little spice to it. It's tiny, it's cute. We eat with our eyes. When things look pretty, we wanna eat more of them. So we're gonna throw in the 1 cup of arugula. We're gonna give it a little bit of a mix. I got a lot going on in this bowl here. But that's okay, remember, your kitchen, as my mom liked to say, tell your friends we live in our house. We cook in our kitchen.
Right.
Right? Supposed to make a little bit of a mess.
Right.
So now we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna add in our golden raisins. Those are gonna give it a nice little sweet kick.
Yum.
We're gonna add in pumpkin seeds. These have a little salt to them, so that's the salt and the sweet are gonna kind of go really nice together. We're adding in a shredded carrot in there, loaded with beta carotene. Anything with bright, vibrant color is good for you. Eat more of it. Add those in, and then I wanted to add a little extra protein to this salad today.
I was just gonna ask, because you talk about fiber, and then, so this is the protein.
This is our protein. We're adding in a garbanzo bean, and we're gonna put that in there, and we're just gonna give it a mix.
Oh, you can smell it.
You could use tongs.
Oh, sure.
But I like using my hands. They're the best tool in my kitchen. I got a little too much in here, but that's okay. I just like to show you that mistakes happen in the kitchen. They happen every day.
Awesome.
All right, so this, I'm gonna take this, we're gonna serve this up.
Yum.
Do you have a fork?
Do we have a fork? I'm sure we do. We're in a kitchen, right?
Right, we should have a fork. If not, we are going to just
use our hands.
One of these little tools over here. All right, so let's just do this. How about
yeah, we'll
this?
just use one of them.
All right, I do not like to salt and pepper when I cook. You can see I actually left the salt out. That was an accident. That was supposed to go in our dressing. But I like to salt at the table. If a recipe called for a teaspoon of salt and you mixed it in, you might cook some of it off. However, if you just salted at the table, you would never use as much salt that you would, a recipe would call for. So it's gonna make it a little bit healthier that way. Yum. So we're gonna go ahead, top this off with a little bit of salt there because we want you to think it's delicious. And we're gonna pretend that this is the best fork
in the world
ever had.
This is like the first salad I've had in months.
Give it a little, give her a little bit of extra lime on there.
All right.
And taste away, my love.
All right, this is my favorite part of the show.
All right, I know, right?
All right.
You get to eat at work.
Yes, okay. Gosh, if I can get this on. All right,
I
ready?
know, right?
Mmm. That's really good. That is so good. And I can definitely taste some of that lime and the sweet and the salt. Can I take this home?
Yes. We will allow you to take it home, and I'll even share the recipe with you all. So if you're looking for the recipe, you can find it on my Facebook page. It's on Plant Joy Milwaukee.
Awesome. All right, well, there's more Amber Lee and all things healthy and delicious coming up in the next show, Dishing Up Nutrition. Remember, if you're looking for a new and exciting way to prepare vegetables, stay tuned because we all know we could use some natural sources of energy in our diet. I know that I can. Amber Lee, I'm never going to eat fast food again. I promise you. So, of course, until they start serving homemade salads like these, Dishing Up Nutrition is up next.
This is WMDT Milwaukee PBS.
Aren't many things you can control in life, but one of the greatest things you can control is what you eat. Giving your body what it needs is crucial to living a long and healthy life. Unfortunately, part of what we are eating in our standard American diet is not fueling our body in the way that it needs. America is currently dealing with an ever-rising obesity epidemic with the rates of cancer, diabetes, heart disease, and chronic illness at its highest. You have the chance to turn around those rates by simply eating healthier. Learn from experts as they give tips and suggestions on eating right and staying healthy, as well as share some recipes for you to make in the comfort of your home. All now on Dishing Up Nutrition. example of eating healthier is Amberly Childs, a cancer survivor who improved her lifestyle by changing her eating habits after being diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer. Amberly has a positive outlook on life because of her switch to a plant-based diet and encourages others to join her by eating nutritiously.
So what I love for people to do is get in the kitchen, because getting in the kitchen is going to help you in all of those ways. And if we have the ability to know how to cook, we are going to cook more, we're going to cook better food, and we're going to eat better food. So I want everyone to get into the kitchen. I'm a Food for Life instructor with the Physicians Committee, but I'm also a 6-year breast cancer survivor. And one of the things that my breast cancer diagnosis has taught me is that food is a very, very powerful piece in our world. And more importantly, it can be really used as medicine. It can be used in conjunction with treatment or medicine. And I found food to be a really powerful component in not only my treatment, but most importantly, my recovery and my ongoing part of life. In 2010, I was diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer, so pretty aggressive form of breast cancer in my 30s. And so for me, that was really challenging. When you're diagnosed with an early age with cancer, you have a lot longer to live. When you have a lot longer to live, you start to contemplate, what can I do to make sure that I'm here? What can I do to have a robust life that's full of people, full of family, full of friends? And so those were the things that I started to think about when I was diagnosed. Coupled with the fact that I had a love of food and nutrition, and I had been seeking out on my own, could food be used as medicine? How important is food in our day-to-day? Yes, it fills us up. Yes, it keeps me, full. I need to eat a few meals a day, but what is it doing underneath all of that? And what is the bigger picture? For me, I became really interested in the value of a plant-based diet. And so I started researching, I started doing as much homework as I could, reading as much science and data. And what I found was that there was a lot of information in regards to the benefits of how a plant-based diet works. So I dove right in. I started doing more research, homework, started to go back to school. And then I was diagnosed with breast cancer. So my diagnosis kind of thwarted me forward into what I like to say, my internship. So before I got to have my degree in dietetics and be a registered dietitian, I got to go to the School of Hard Life, which was chemotherapy, radiation therapy, a lumpectomy, double mastectomy. I've had 10 different surgeries to my chest in the 6 years since I've been diagnosed with breast cancer. It hasn't been an easy road. And through all of that surgery, treatment, and diagnosis, the one thing that has been constant in my world has been a plant-based diet. It not only brings energy to my day, but it brings nutritional balance to my day. And so for me, I've been able to turn to my diet as a staple and as something that I can control. I've been able to turn my entire household, my entire kitchen into a plant-based kitchen, because this is something that's completely sustainable, but more importantly, it is completely healthy, and it will allow me to live optimally and hopefully healthy as possible. I know that every single day I'm checking with myself and I'm feeding my body what it needs, and that is fuel, and that is plants. That is fruits, vegetables, legumes, and whole grains. Today we live in a public health climate where more of 1/3 of US adults are obese and millions have diabetes, cancer, heart disease, and chronic illness. When I say 1/3, that means around 33%. That's a large number of the US population. That's why today we need lifestyle change greater than there's ever been. When we start to look at these maps that I'm going to show you, we want to look at the darker colors. So you're going to see a series of maps here starting in 1990 that take us through 2000 and then take us through 2010. And these are maps from the Centers of Disease Control. And these maps are obese individuals in the United States. And you can see as the colors get darker, from light blue to dark blue, and then we go to orange, and then we start to go to red, and then red moves into a dark red. This is an increase. This is bad. Darker colors are bad. But you can see over the decade, the 20, 30 years, that we as a nation are getting sicker. We're getting bigger.
we're getting more and more unhealthy. And unfortunately, healthcare is a big expenditure, it's a big waste on our income. We want to be spending our dollars preventatively, not reactively. So that's where plants and that's where food as medicine becomes so helpful, because it's going to help us stay out of the doctor, because hopefully we're going to be able to prevent some of these things by changing our lifestyle in the kitchen. So when we talk about plants, we want to eat more plants and we want to eat less of our animal product and less of our fried foods. We want to try and stay away from things like chicken wings, donuts, French fries. We want to stay away from things like red meat. Very recently, the World Health Organization came forward and said that processed meats are cancer causing. But we're not talking about this, and that's concerning to me. What we are doing is not working. We need change. We need to do something different, but more importantly, we need the tools to know how to do something different. And that's what I love about a plant-based diet. It's inviting families to get back into their kitchen and share with food, share about ingredients, go to the farmer's market, buy ingredients, come home and cook them with your family, spend quality time building a healthy environment. If food is the problem, food is the solution. So we're gonna take out certain things and we're gonna replace them with more healthful food. And so what I want to do is I want to stop talking about a healthy diet and I want to start talking about a disease prevention diet. Only plants have fiber in them. So the way I like to think about it, instead of just thinking about vegetables as being good for you, think about plants. Plants have fiber. Fiber is good for me. It helps heart disease, it helps diabetes, it helps cancer prevention. All of our chronic illnesses are going to be supported when we have more fiber in our diet. So the next section I want to talk to you about are our legumes, otherwise known as beans. Let's call them beans. Beans is the easy part. Beans are loaded with fiber, but they're also loaded with protein. So here's the thing, if you're going to eat protein, it's preferred that you take it from a plant source because there's no cholesterol in your plants. They're going to be loaded with fiber. Animals have no fiber. So if I was to go and eat a piece of steak, I might be able to get some protein. However, I'm also going to get cholesterol. I'm also going to get saturated fat. So I'm going to get that protein. However, is there a healthier, less fat way to get that protein? And the answer is yes. And the answer is in our beans. I really encourage people to go to the supermarket and buy your grains in bulk. I'm a big fan of buying a lot of things in bulk. I buy my beans dry in bulk. I buy my grains dry. And when you do that, one, you can store them a lot longer. And two, we can then buy them in bulk and they're going to be a lot cheaper this way. And so I certainly recommend for people to find stores where you can buy things in bulk and it's going to help your pocketbook a lot. So here are a few of the takeaway messages that I really want everyone to hear. Food is all around us, but we have to have access to good food and we have to be able to cook that food. Food can be our medicine, but we need to think about it as a medicine versus a luxury, versus a dessert. If you think that your food can be your medicine versus the end of your meal and your dessert, we can really start to change how we look at food, and then we can start to change what food we put into our body. Food is our fuel, and we have to start to use it as such. A plant-based diet can improve or reverse diabetes. We know that many millions of people have diabetes in the United States, so just changing our diet alone can help us reduce our medication and live a more improved life. So my question to you is, why not try a plant-based diet? Why not think about your food as medicine? Why not learn how to cook? Why not get your family in the kitchen? Because at the end of the day, it's all about you. It's all about living a long, healthy life, and I want you to do that. Eating a plant-based diet is a staple in my life. It's absolutely, I feel like a secret that I've learned. It's something I want to shout from the rooftops. And so now I sit here today telling you that secret because I believe that what we put in our body can be so helpful in prevention of disease or prevention of reoccurrence or just keeping us healthy day to day. So I challenge you to eat more plants.
With her love for nutrition, Amberly hopes for more individuals to follow in her footsteps. Every month, she hosts a nutritional cooking class to demonstrate how easy it is to get in the kitchen and dish up tasteful and healthy options.
So I just hosted a Food for Life Kickstart Go Vegetarian class. And so it's a class that's designed to help people with weight loss, lowering blood pressure, diabetes control, and it's really just introducing them to a plant-based diet in the hopes that maybe they can start to make some small changes and adding more plants into their diet regimen. I think as a society, kind of our culture has moved away from cooking as we've moved more into quickness and having everything right here and right now. It's so easy to go to a restaurant. It's so easy to have food delivered to your home. It's so easy to buy a pre-made meal that's already in the freezer somewhere. So I feel like today's society is really lacking the skills to cook. So the idea is not only just to introduce great ingredients to people, but it's also to talk about the message of food as medicine, and then teach people that it's okay, you're gonna mess up in the kitchen, you're gonna be missing an ingredient, you're gonna make a bad meal, like those things all happen. Guess what? I forgot the jalapeno in our third dish tonight. So did I melt down before I came? No. I decided to grab crushed red pepper to put it in to have some kind of hot kick. And I thought, well, most people probably don't want jalapeno in it anyways. So instead of just melting down or freaking out, I don't have an ingredient, I can't do that recipe, improvise, pull something else out. So the great thing is, but we have to keep trying. And the more we try, the better our dishes come out, the more cheaper it is for us to eat at home. And it's gonna be way healthier when you cook at your own house. So there's a couple different ways that you can, chop up kale and kind of remove the kale from its spine. So here's a great way. We all have different ways of cleaning our greens, but sometimes people don't know what to do and how to devein this. So if you have a really sturdy one, you can actually just take your hand and kind of do like this and work all the way down the stem, and it will just kind of fall off. When you get down to the stem part in the center, because it's thinner, you might have to kind of pull it off. So that's one way. The other way, I did them backwards, is take your knife, go right down alongside of the vein. And you go one side, two side, and you never want to throw these away. Because at the end, I'm going to teach you how to make the best vegetable stock ever. And all you do is keep all your remnants that you normally might put in a compost. I keep a bin on my counter when I'm cooking, and everything that I would throw in the compost or the garbage, I put in a pile, put in my bin, and then that goes into my freezer when I'm done. Some people think that kale's kind of bitter, so the smaller the pieces we can cut it into, it's gonna be a little bit more palatable, and it's gonna be a little bit easier to chew. Today we cooked 3 recipes. We did a easy green smoothie, and that was designed to kind of be our breakfast piece, or it could also be a substitute for a great snack anytime during the day. Then we cooked a black bean chili, which is a few simple ingredients, but it's loaded, packed with protein, packed with fiber, and it's really just black beans, roasted tomatoes, onions, garlic, chili powder, cumin, some salt and pepper. Super easy to put together, really delicious, great for you. The third recipe that we cooked tonight is ginger noodles, and I really like this recipe because we use soba noodles. A soba noodle is a mix of buckwheat and wheat together, but the noodles are really thin, they're loaded with protein, and they cook in 3 minutes. So we cooked our soba noodles up, and we had a soy sauce, vinegar, ginger garlic sauce that went on it. Really simple. And then I'm just gonna give it a little mix. And that liquid is gonna keep all of those noodles from sticking on each other. Because what we would normally do is grab butter, right? And throw butter in there, but we don't wanna do that because butter is gonna be our fat. That would kind of be our dinner.
And then my favorite thing is that you can make enough of it, and then the next day you could eat the noodles cold, and it could be a lunch dish or it could be a snack for you the following day. I don't know about you, but I want to live on this world as long as I possibly can and live as vibrantly as I can. And I want to stay with my family, and I want my family to remain here with me. And so food is one of those tools that I'm going to keep in my tool belt as long as I can, and I'm going to continue to teach people about it, to continue to share that food can be medicine. And so I hope that people who are watching this just think that by changing what they eat, changing how they eat, that they realize that it's a huge tool to helping them live a longer, more healthy life.
Stay connected with Amber Lee and follow her journey towards a plant-based diet online.
I have a Facebook page, which is Plant Joy Milwaukee, or you can find me on my website, which is plantjoy.net. I try and have a heavy presence on Facebook. That way I can remain interactive with people. They can ask questions, they can see pictures or some video from classes that have currently happened or previously happened. And then that way we can stay connected to new individuals in the class.
Columbia St. Mary's primary care physician, Dr. Christopher Weber, gives brief facts and suggestions on how your weight can be managed, leading to the significance of a nutritional diet. Dr. Weber emphasizes the importance sleep has on your body when it comes to controlling your weight.
Absolutely, stress can lead to weight gain for all sorts of reasons. One is sleep, so stress can interfere with sleep, and poor sleep can cause weight problems. Stress can lead to lack of control when it comes to eating, and cravings more in particular. So especially with more of the junk food, sweet stuff, people tend to crave more if they're stressed. And then it is true that when you're stressed, cortisol levels, a stress hormone, go up, and that tends to deposit more fat in the visceral or around the organs and in the belly area. Metabolism is incredibly complicated. There's all these hormones and enzymes and different hunger situations and different kind of social environmental settings that all affect our metabolism. But there are things that you can do to adjust your metabolism. One of the most powerful things is getting enough sleep. People don't often link sleep with metabolism and weight, but so again, on a population level, 7.7 hours each night of sleep is ideal for the healthiest weight. So under 5 hours absolutely causes problems with metabolism. So your hunger hormone goes up and your fullness hormone goes down if you don't get enough sleep. So how many fruits and vegetables should a person eat each day? I say, and I think most people would agree, as many vegetables as you can eat is okay. Eat as much as you can, that's fine. I don't know anyone that would disagree with that. Lots of vitamins, minerals, and fibers without any unhealthy sugars. So overweight and obesity is a growing problem in the United States. Approximately 35% of the population is going to be obese by the year 2020. And not just the obesity, but everything that goes along with it, the heart attacks, the strokes, the diabetes, the fatty liver disease, and complications from all of those things. It's going to be a tremendous burden on individuals who don't want these things, and on the population who has to manage all of these things and the cost associated with it. But there are things we can do. We've been saying for decades, exercise more, eat less. Hasn't worked for decades, so we need to try a different approach. That's why I encourage you to see your doctor, ask about specific nutrition approaches, ask about specific physical activity approaches. If medication is appropriate for you, ask about medications or surgery. And also, if you have children, encourage them to be physically active and to make healthy food choices as well.
The Washington and Ozaukee Health Department partnered with the Aurora Health Center to push healthy eating habits to locals in the area. Joe Ninneman, chef and manager of the Food and Nutrition Services at Aurora Healthcare, hosted 2 nutritional cooking classes at the Oscar Grady Library to promote healthy living.
My day consists of menu planning, not only for our patients, but as well as for the cafeteria. I'm the manager and chef of Food and Nutrition Services at the Aurora Medical Center in Washington County, so that's in Hartford. I'm also the chef for the Aurora Medical Center in Grafton. We serve at Grafton about 600 caregivers, so employees a day, in our cafeteria. So it's like a full-blown restaurant. So we have daily specials, and so there's a menu planning that goes along with that. What items are we going to use to make each item? What we did today was a partnership with the Invest program in Ozaukee County, and the Ozaukee County and Washington County Public Health Department are partnering to help push healthy eating habits and healthy living within these two local counties. Today we made, I prepared two different items. One was a sauteed Brussels sprouts with some diced apples. It's just some sauteed Brussels sprouts with some apples, olive oil, cider vinegar, and then some simple spices, salt and pepper. I also prepared a Brussels sprout petal salad with some yellowfin tuna. These are Brussels sprout petals. Again, this is more of a food service industry kind of thing where we can get them in already done like this, but again, very simple to do at home. You wash them, cut the stem off, you can peel the petals back. So all I'm going to do is take those petals and put them in this bowl. I'm going to toss them with a little bit of shredded carrots, a little bit of shredded red cabbage. So, you know, more fruits and vegetables. It's a great way to add some of those into a dish that you may otherwise not at home. And then we're just going to toss this with a little bit of fat-free raspberry dressing. Not a whole lot, because we know that, you know, especially convenience dressings, they're very high in fat, or I'm sorry, high in sodium, most of them. So you don't want to add too much to it. But you could also very easily, you know, if you got a blender at home, a little bit of fresh raspberries, olive oil, a little vinegar. You can make your own vinaigrette without having to add all the extra sodium to it. And then for a nice lean protein, this is some ahi tuna, yellowfin tuna. You can go ahead and pass that on. Very simple salad that anybody could really do at home with easy ingredients that you could grab at any local grocery store without really any problem. So this is the second week of our chef demos here at the Saukville Library. Our second demo today was focused a little bit on using variety in your diet, using all the colors of the rainbow, and also having a good mixture of the food groups in the items that you select. So we featured a Brussels sprout salad. It was shredded Brussels sprouts with some shredded broccoli and carrots, and then it was tossed in a light honey chipotle vinaigrette. And then we also did a seared salmon fillet with a crumb topping and then blueberry compote. We did provide samples for our guests today, which were met with rave reviews. Everybody loved it. It was a great opportunity to really feature a fresh twist on an item like salmon that maybe most people wouldn't try that at home. So it was a nice opportunity to really give them some fresh ideas to take home with. Honestly, the biggest tip is everything in moderation. You know, chocolate, donuts, bacon, everybody loves that stuff. Of course we want to have it all the time. It's about eating it in moderation and mixing it in with the healthy fruits, vegetables, lean meats and proteins, and finding other alternatives and substitutes when you do want, you know, a snack or you do have that craving. Know what you're looking for, what do you really need, and find an alternative. And know that it's okay to struggle here and there, but get back up on the horse and don't be afraid of it.
right, guys, our time together has come to an end. Thank you all to our students, faculty, staff, and especially you, our viewers, for making this all possible. Congratulations to all of the graduating classes of 2017. Thank you for watching the live block of Student Operations. Bye.